Dia tidak ada mikrofon ibu. Mau kirim yang di grup.
Cek lo.
Ini mau kirim lewat bluetooth. Iya.
collective action.
By sharing knowledge, research, and community-based action, we can change the way we prevent and manage diabetes.
Welcome to the International Conference on Collective Action.
Polytechnic. By sharing knowledge, research, and community-based action, we can change the way we prevent and manage diabetes.
Welcome to the International Conference on Collective Action.
By sharing knowledge, research, and community-based action, we can change the way we prevent and manage.
Tidak terlihat.
Will create a world free from the threat of diabetes mellitus. In the midst of ever-increasing global challenges from the threat of diabetes mellitus, today we gather to formulate solutions to face one of the biggest health issues in the world, namely diabetes mellitus. Diabetes is not just an individual problem but is ever-increasing global challenges from the threat of diabetes and collective action. Today we gather to formulate solutions to face one of the biggest health issues in the world, namely diabetes mellitus. Diabetes is not just an individual problem but is ever-increasing global challenges from the threat of diabetes and collective action. Today we gather to formulate solutions to face one of the world free from the threat of diabetes mellitus. Diabetes is not just an individual problem but is ever-increasing global challenges from the threat of diabetes and collective action. Today we gather to in the midst of ever-increasing global challenges, health issues are a serious responsibility. Today we gather to formulate solutions to face one of the biggest health issues in the world, namely diabetes mellitus. Diabetes is not just an individual problem but is a global challenge that requires attention, innovation, and collective action.
Today we gather by sharing knowledge, research, and community-based action, we can change the way we prevent and manage diabetes.
Diabetes is not just an individual problem but is a global challenge that requires attention, innovation, and collective action.
Today we gather by sharing knowledge, research, and community-based action, we can change the way we prevent and manage diabetes.
Diabetes is not just an individual problem but
Excellency, the director of Gorontalo Polytechnic, Mr. Muhammad Anasiri, SKM MTech. Excellency, speaker from Virginia State University, USA, Miss Patricia A. Lynch, PhD. And Lynch, PhD. Excellency, speaker from Prince Belfast Pak. Honorable our sponsor. Yes. Indonesia gitu ya. Bangsa di Indonesia. Katanya enggak. Enggak jadi. Enggak usah disebut. Oke, kasih dulu. Jadi di terakhir baru pas itu mulai menutup baru tadi udah ada teksnya apa gitu ya akhir kata oh ya oke lah nanti aja harusnya ada videonya sih maksudnya di video itu kalau coba lagi kak honorable sponsor nomor 2 namely honorable our sponsor trusted distinguished guest diligent praise and gratitude we offer to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and masih off.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam sehat. Selamat datang di kampus Polytechnic Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo. Saat ini Anda berada di gedung auditorium Polytechnic Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo yang terletak di tengah-tengah kampus Polytechnic Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo. Gedung ini terdiri dari 2 lantai dengan kapasitas normal 750 orang. Auditorium Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo memiliki 9 akses pintu keluar masuk pada lantai 1. 2 pintu berada pada bagian depan, 4 pintu berada pada bagian samping, kiri, dan kanan pada bagian Auditorium Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo. Sedangkan 2 pintu berada pada bagian belakang yang menghubungkan backstage dengan gedung Auditorium Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo, serta 1 pintu berada pada bagian belakang dari gedung Auditorium Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo. Dan untuk lantai 2 terdapat 4 pintu akses keluar masuk yang terdapat 2 pintu pada bagian depan serta 2 pintu pada bagian samping, kiri, dan kanan dari Auditorium Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo.
Pesan keselamatan Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Gorontalo. Patuhilah protokol kesehatan dengan menggunakan masker, mencuci tangan, menggunakan pelindung wajah atau face shield, sediakan antiseptik, serta jaga jarak dengan yang lainnya. Ingat, pandemi COVID-19 masih berlangsung. Pada saat terjadi bencana alam seperti gempa bumi, diharapkan untuk tetap tenang dan tidak panik. Lindungi bagian kepala Anda dengan kedua tangan diletakkan di atas kepala dan sedikit merunduk, atau gunakan tas yang Anda bawa sebagai alat pelindung kepala Anda. Lepaskan sepatu tinggi atau high heels bagi yang menggunakan agar mempermudah Anda ketika menyelamatkan diri. Bantulah orang di sekitar Anda seperti ibu hamil, lansia, orang cacat, dan anak-anak. Usahakan Anda segera keluar dari dalam gedung dengan melewati pintu-pintu yang ada pada bagian gedung tersebut, serta berkumpullah pada titik evakuasi. Ingat, kalaupun segetaran gempa bumi sudah selesai, tetap waspada terhadap gempa susulan. Tetap berada di titik evakuasi hingga tim penyelamat datang menyelamatkan, serta jangan lupa mengabarkan kondisi pada sanak keluarga. Bencana alam terjadi di luar kendali kita. Yang ada dalam kendali kita adalah sikap kita dalam menghadapi suatu musibah. Semoga kita dalam lindungan Sang Maha Kuasa. Salam sehat dan selamat mengikuti rangkaian acara pada hari ini.
Cek.
Cek. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our opening ceremony is about to begin.
We kindly request to all of Zoom participants to turn on your cameras for helping us create a more engaging and interactive atmosphere.
Also, please ensure your microphone is set to mute to avoid any background noise during the session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning and peace be upon us all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Polytechnic Gorontalo Auditorium.
It's been a great honor for me, Fadli Hussain,
And Atia Pumi Faiza,
and welcome each and every one of you.
we proudly present the first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic 2024. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our gratitude for your continued participation and enthusiasm for attending this event.
For the next few days, this conference will provide you plenty of opportunity to discuss, share knowledge and insight. We would express our sincere gratitude to
Excellency, the Director of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, SKM MKes. Excellency, Speaker from Virginia State University, USA, Miss Patricia A. Lynch, PhD.
Excellency, Speaker from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, PhD. Excellency, Speaker from University Malaysia, Sabah, Malaysia, Korban Hogg, PhD.
Excellency, Speaker from Queen's Belfast University, United Kingdom, Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani. Excellency, Speaker from India St. Benedict Group of Institution Bangalore, Dr. I. Clement, PhD in Nursing.
Honorable our sponsor, Excellency, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen.
Praise and gratitude we offer to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His grace and gifts, so that we can gather this morning in a healthy state to attend the event, First International Conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic 2024. To start our event this morning, we present a traditional dance that will be performed by representative of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic students.
distinguished guests, we are entering the opening ceremony. Let us stand together for the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and March of National Health Polytechnic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. March of National Health Polytechnic of Indonesia.
Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa, berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional dunia, semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami, membangun hidup pertiwi tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia siap mengabdi nusa dan bangsa, berbudi luhur, berakhlak berbudaya, berbakti demi tugas mulia. Poltekkes Kemenkes di Indonesia bekerja profesional dunia, semangat juang tak pernah padam untuk kesehatan bangsa. Siap melangkah untuk berbakti di Dharma sebagai pedoman kami, membangun hidup pertiwi tak pernah henti untuk Indonesia tercinta. Poltekkes Kemenkes hebat, Indonesia sehat.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
Next, to ask for blessings for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, let us bow our heads for a moment in reciting the prayer that will be delivered by Mr. Abdul Sulhadi Hasili. For Mr. Abdul Sulhadi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment, pray to God Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. O Allah, today, Tuesday, December 17, 2024, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference with the theme, the synergy of multidisciplinary approaches to diabetes mellitus prevention and management. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nations. O Allah, guide and bless our heart and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, show us the right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Equally, show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. O Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Next agenda is the report of the chairperson of the committee, which will be delivered by Ms. Rahma Dewi Agustini. For Ms. Rahma, time is yours.
The Honorable Director of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, the Honorable Vice Director 1, Vice Director 2, Vice Director 3, the Health Department of Midwifery, Nursing, Nutrition, Pharmacy, and also Sanitation Environment. And then all the distinguished invited speaker, esteemed collaborating journal, dedicated committee members, and also respected participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and then welcome to the first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, or ICG-HP. On behalf of the organizing committee, I am honored to extend my warmest greetings and also heartfelt appreciation to all of you who have taken the time to join us in the important event. This conference, held virtually on December 17 until 18, 2024, marks as a significant milestone for Gorontalo Health Polytechnic as we strive to foster innovation, collaboration, and also impactful solution for diabetes mellitus prevention and also management. This year's theme is the synergy of multidisciplinary approaches to diabetes mellitus prevention and also management, emphasizes the need of collective efforts in tackling one of the world's most pressing health challenges. Diabetes mellitus requires a comprehensive approach involving experts from various fields. Through this conference, we aim to share knowledge, inspire collaboration, and provide platform for discussing innovation strategies to address this global issue. We are delighted to have a participant for about 930 participants, including health professionals, researchers, academicians, and then students. Your presence signifies the importance of this event and your shared dedication to advancing healthcare. To enrich this conference, we are privileged to welcome 5 esteemed speakers who will share their expertise. Good morning, Dr. Patricia Lynch, PhD from Virginia State University, USA. Dr. Debbie Syahrul Ramadan from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Dr. Horban Hok, PhD from University Malaysia, Sabah. Dr. Kurnia Anjani, PhD from Queen's University, Belfast, United Kingdom. And also Dr. I. Clement from Saint Benedict Group Institution, Bengaluru, India. This renowned expert will discuss a range of topics from lifestyle intervention and dietary practice in the role of emerging technologies and community-based strategies for diabetes mellitus. We are confident that their contribution will provide valuable insight and inspire meaningful dialogue throughout the conference. And then I would also like to recognize the immense dedication of our committee members who tirelessly efforts have made this conference possible. Their commitment to excellence in coordinating logistics, managing technical sessions, and ensuring participant engagement reflect the spirit of teamwork and professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, as we officially begin the conference, I encourage everyone to make the most of the opportunities presented over the next 2 days. Actively participate in discussion, engage with our distinguished speaker, and also connect with our fellow participants to foster collaboration. Thank you once again for your support and presence. I wish you all a productive conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, next is the welcoming speech of the Director of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, as well as the official opening of the event. To Mr. Muhammad Anas Anasiru, with all due respect, we invite you.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, Om Swastiastu, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and respected delegates, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the first International Conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. This year time, the synergy of multidisciplinary approaches to diabetes mellitus prevention and management highlight our shared commitment to tackling all of the most pressing global health challenges. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our estimated keynote speaker and panelists. Patricia Alins, PhD, RD from Virginia State University, USA. W. Silvio Rombloni, PhD, from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. Korban Kok, PhD, from University Malaysia, Sabah, Malaysia. Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani from Queen's University, Belfast, UK. And Dr. I. Clement from St. Benefit Group Institution, India. Your presence here as global expert in health science enriches this conference. We are confident that your insight and experiences will inspire innovative approaches to diabetes prevention and management. I also want to take this opportunity to extend my heartiest respect and appreciation to estimate professional organizations who have always been pillars of healthcare development in Indonesia, particularly in Gorontalo, Ikatan Bidan Indonesia, Persatuan Perawat Nasional Indonesia, Himpunan Ahli Kesehatan Lingkungan Indonesia, Persatuan Ahli Gizi Indonesia, dan Asosiasi Pendidikan Diploma Farmasi Indonesia, Provinsi Gorontalo. Your unwavering support extends our healthcare service and education, contributing to better health outcome for the community. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is a platform to foster multidisciplinary collaboration across fields such as midwifery, nutrition, nursing, environment health, pharmacy, and health science. Through shared knowledge, research, and innovative strengths, we can address diabetes mellitus and condition impacting millions worldwide. To all participation, I encourage you to actively engage, share your perspective, and seize this opportunity to build meaningful participants. Let us work together to shape solutions that will benefit our communities and global healthcare system. Finally, I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the organizing committee for their dedication and hard work in making this event possible. I wish you all a productive and insightful conference. Let us make this meaningful milestone to collaboration, innovation, and positive change. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the welcoming speech.
Dear guests, we will continue to the plenary session, which is delivered a presentation with the topic Exploring a Multidisciplinary Approach in the Prevention and Management of Diabetes mellitus in the Elderly. This topic will be presented by Ms. Patricia Ehrlich, PhD, RD, LDN, from Virginia State University, and will be guided by our moderator, Mr. Dedi Alif Utama, SKM MCAS. To the moderator and the speaker, we invite you to start this session.
Okay. Thank you for both Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings to all of us. Honorable Director of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, distinguished guests, speakers, conference participants, both online and offline, and the organizing committee. Welcome to the first plenary session of the first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, with the theme, the synergy of the multidisciplinary approach to diabetes mellitus prevention and management. This conference serves as a platform for professional, academics, and health practitioners to share knowledge, research, and innovation related to the prevention and management of diabetes mellitus through multidisciplinary approach. This year's theme is highly relevant in addressing the global challenge posed by diabetes mellitus. Today, we are starting the first plenary session titled Exploring Multidisciplinary Approach in the Prevention of Management and Diabetes Mellitus in Older Adults. This topic is particularly crucial as older adults are one of the most vulnerable groups affected by this condition. This session will last for 60 minutes, consisting of 40-minute presentation by our speaker, followed by a 20-minute Q&A session. I encourage all of the participants to note down any question during the presentation and save them for the discussion session at the end. Without any further ado, allow me to introduce our outstanding speaker. This session will be delivered by our highly experienced speaker, Dr. Patricia Elling, PhD, RD, UDN. She is the director of the didactic program in dietetics and associate professor at Virginia State University with over 30 years experience. She has made significant contribution to research, publication, and educational innovation in the field of nutrition and public health. Before I read Dr. Patricia Elling's CV, let us warmly welcome her. Dr. Ling, how are you today?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. It's such a pleasure to have you back in Gorontalo, even though we meet via Zoom like now. One question, how was your experience as a Fulbright specialist here last year in Gorontalo?
Excellent. Oh, I enjoyed my visit there and looking forward to learning.
Okay. It's wonderful to hear about your experience. Gorontalo is always happy to welcome you back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly introduce Dr. Patricia Elling. Dr. Ling is an associate professor of nutrition and director of didactic experience in nutrition, academia, and health research, focusing on addressing health disparity and improving dietary practice in underserved community. Dr. Ling earned her PhD in nutrition from University of Nebraska-Lincoln. She was the recipient of the 2023 Summer Institute for Aspiring Deans Chair and Director Award and Edgar Chopin W.E.B. Du Bois Award. Additionally, she served as a Fulbright specialist at the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic in 2000 and 2002 until 2000 and 2003, fostering international collaboration between academics in Indonesia and the United States. Okay, that's all about Dr. Ling's CV. Dr. Ling, we are very excited to hear your insight and perspective on multidisciplinary approach to the prevention and management of diabetes mellitus in older adults. So the time and screen is yours.
Well, thank you, Daddy. I appreciate that. I'd like to honor God for being here and give recognition to Director Muhammad Anas Anasiu, and also my friend Professor Rama Dewey Agustina. Thank you so much for inviting me. Are you able to hear me? Daddy, are you able to hear me?
Sorry, Dr. Ling. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, great. So it's a pleasure to be back again among friends and professionals. I'd like to send a warm welcome from my president of the Kenya State University, Dr. Makola Abdullah, reading, and our dean of the College of Agriculture, Dr. Corley, the chair of Family and Consumer Sciences, Dr. Jada Brooks. A special thank you out to our provost and academic president of academic affairs, Dr. Tia Menace. She was instrumental in ensuring that I got here and was able to do the presentation. I'm sincerely thankful to the students that are here tonight or this morning there, the faculty, friends, and individuals from Gorontalo who have shown their support by joining us tonight, making this experience more meaningful. As we participate in this conference on the synergy of multidisciplinary approaches to diabetes prevention and management, the goal is to share some of those approaches and challenges related to older adult populations to diabetes. So the big question is, how can we prevent diabetes in older adults? And how can we manage those that are afflicted? Thank you. Next slide, please. The prevalence of diabetes worldwide is just under 500 million people. So that makes it a very important reason for why we should be looking at making changes and trying to do something to resolve those issues. So addressing the age-related factors for diabetes is going to be pretty important because the largest group of people with diabetes are those folks that are 60 and above. Next slide, please. Nearly half of patients with diabetes are more than 65 years old, and that's about 44% or so. And about 75 to 79 age group, they're peaking about 20% or so right now. So it's projected that in 2045, that age group will be more than 25% of the population. Next slide, please. So some of the complications in older adults is not that much different than those that we see in the regular diabetes population, except as we age, there are other things that happen along with the complications of diabetes. And some of those things are vascular disease risk factors such as hyperglycemia, high blood pressure, dyslipidemia. And there are also physical complications such as chronic kidney disease, arthritis, amputations, overweight, and obesity. We see neuropathy, and we also see vision issues. And we also see quite a bit of mental dysfunction such as dementia and Alzheimer's. And we see an increased rate of hospitalization for that age group, 60 and over. Next slide, please. So today, my objective is to look at how we understand how aging impacts diabetes risk, prevention, and management. We also would like to identify some unique challenges and complications of diabetes that are faced by older adults. And then I would like to offer 5 synergistic considerations in the prevention and management of diabetes in older adults. And then look at our best practices and strategies for trying to resolve such issues. Excellent. So the synergistic considerations for prevention and management, I'm going to look at collaboration of key practitioners, physical complications, social and emotional challenges, medication management, cognitive decline, frailty, and nutrition challenges. And many of these areas are things that we already know about. I'm touching on key areas, how we can create some synergy to move toward a common goal. Next slide, please. So when we think about key collaborators in managing diabetes, for the most part, we think about the primary care physician and probably a nurse practitioner and maybe the endocrinologist. But there is a myriad of individual practitioners that should be part of that diabetic team. So, and I want to talk about a few of those folks. So that primary care physician, he or she should be managing health, first of all, then coordinating the care and monitoring diabetes-related complications. The nurse practitioner will assist this PCP in monitoring those folks that have diabetes and those related conditions. The endocrinologist specializes in hormone disorders, diabetic management, and insulin regulation. The geriatrician, which we rarely hear about, that person deals with the geriatric population. Would you send your 2-year-old toddler to a geriatrician? Nor would you send your 75-year-old parent to a pediatrician. So it's important that we choose the right specialist for the right job. You know, that geriatrician is going to focus on older adults, addressing any kind of age-related issues like frailty, like dementia, and like polypharmacy, whereas other practitioners, they have their key roles, so they're there for other reasons. The RD, we're going to specialize in dietary guidance. We want to be able to manage the blood sugars. We want to make sure we prevent complications by making sure that the patient knows what types of food to choose and what the result of those foods are going to be. The pharmacy should be reviewing medications for interactions. Whenever that patient fills a prescription, he should ensure proper dosing, educate on medication adherence. The diabetes educator is a person that we shouldn't take for granted, because many diabetics do not know all the things they need to know. Because I think one of the first things we hear is a disease that gets us excited and upset. And whatever the doctor has said during that interview stage is easily forgotten, because we're so overwhelmed by the fact that we have this thing that's going to impact the rest of our lives. So the diabetes educator is going to offer education on how to manage the diabetes through the diet, through exercise, through medication, through monitoring. So her job is to educate them, as well as to make sure that they are aware of their key practitioners. The nephrologist manages kidney-related complications that generally arise from diabetes. I've worked at 2 dialysis clinics, and 90% of my clients have had history of being diabetic prior to having renal disease, kidney dysfunctions. The cardiologist, we know, will monitor and treat cardiovascular risk that's associated with diabetes. The PT, physical therapist, will be designing exercise programs to improve mobility, strength, and balance, and helping to resist falls. The occupational therapist, the OT person, will help the patient to maintain their independence by improving daily living skills and adapting to their home environments. The mental health professionals, which may be a psychologist or a psychiatrist, they will provide counseling for mental health conditions such as depression, anxiety, or any kind of diabetic distress. The podiatrist will ensure there's ample focus on foot care, addressing ulcers, infections, and other diabetic related foot issues. The ophthalmologist or the optometrist will conduct eye exams, and they're looking to make sure that conditions like retinopathy or cataracts don't exist. And if they are there, then they will help to resolve those issues. And our social worker assists with assessing community resources, care coordination, and emotional support. And they are very critical in terms of being the go-to person to help with different community involvements to keep a person with emotional support, so they won't be socially isolated. Our home health aides or caregivers, they'll provide in-home support with daily tasks, medication management, those kind of routines. And we shouldn't underestimate the amount of time and efforts that family members put in to assist, because there are a lot of times when the client comes to the clinic, they don't remember or they don't know what happened from the last visit, or when we ask for information, they may not be able to always give that information. So it's critical that family members do become readily involved. Next slide, please. So physical activity and functional support. So when we look at physical activity, there's no doubt about the benefits of physical activity. I mean, it is pretty obvious in the general population. It has nothing to do with the age necessarily, or whether you have diabetes or not. The benefits are there. But in addition to having diabetes and being older, the benefits are extremely more important. And they include controlling your blood sugar levels, maintaining blood pressure control, lowering the cholesterol, maintaining good weight, losing weight if necessary, improving flexibility and balance, and even getting good sleep, and reducing the amount of falls that a person may face during their mobility at any time. So, and the role of the therapies, whether it's occupational or physical therapies, is not to be undermined. This is part of what they do to encourage physical activity, functional support, and consistency and motivation. Next slide, please. So when we start talking about some of the types of physical activities that people 60 and over might be involved in, we're not talking about things that tend to damage their musculature or their bones or anything like that, because many of them come with fractures and different issues dealing with mobility. So we're looking at types of physical activity that may be dancing or biking, or as you can see, boating for upper body strength, and then treadmill. So those things that hopefully they will begin to do and enjoy. Next slide, please. So social and emotional challenges are pretty important. When we think back to COVID, I remember how socially isolated I felt. We were all locked up in our houses and away from our family members, and you couldn't go out. So when we think about that short period of time, feeling isolated keep in mind that this group of people may feel that most of their life because they have lost many of their family members. They've lost a lot of their friends. So many of them may be pretty much alone. So social isolation is common in this group and lead to poor diabetic management as well as depression and anxiety. So depression and anxiety are prevalent in older adults with mental health, and it affects their motivation and their self-care, because if they're not feeling needed or wanted or a part of something, then they begin to lose hope, and then the overall health outcomes decline. The emotional burdens of managing diabetes can impact adherence. So if they're emotionally upset and feeling socially isolated, then that may lead to something similar to a burnout. They'll stop doing what they need to do to take care of themselves. Cognitive issues, such as memory loss, can make it difficult for older adults to follow complex diabetes care routines. So that means that they need additional support. And it's very heartening to watch someone try to do something that they know they used to do, but they can't do now, either because they don't remember or because cognitively they can't follow a certain number of steps without asking for assistance. So we have to be more understanding in assisting them to make sure that they don't feel embarrassed to ask for help or to have to repeat themselves multiple times. Participation in community programs and peer support groups can improve social connections and social interactions and emotional well-being. So it also helped to provide encouragement for self-management practices. Next slide, please. So medication management, there are plenty of pharmaceutical or polypharmacy concerns in terms of medication, because the older adults tend to be the ones taking the most medications of all the groups under care. When I ask some of the patients that I see the number of medications, probably on the average, we're talking about 6 or 7 medications a day, and these medications may be taken multiple times. So if you think of taking something med 6 times a day, but then you have to duplicate, it could be twice a day or during meals or whatever. So one of the things that we look at is trying to simplify the medication regimen. If we can offer a type of medication once a day rather than one that has to be 3, then that's what we do. There should be regular medication reviews by the healthcare providers or pharmacists or whoever's dealing with medication to make sure that they discontinue anything that's old or unnecessary medications, and make sure that there have been adjustments for doses and safety. A lot of patients that we see have medications that are already outdated, and they hang on to them probably most because of cost. And even after the doctor changes the medication, they still hold on to many of the old medication containers that may still have other medicine in it, which increases the opportunity for, over medicating and taking the wrong stuff. So some of the ways that we help is making sure you educate the proper use and timing of your medications, and if we need to use pill organizers or some type of reminder. And right now, there's so much technology that's being utilized to help to remind patients it's time to take this or whatever. Next slide, please. This is an example of medication management, making sure that are your clients aware of when and how often, how much they need to be taken at any given time. Next slide, please. So cognitive decline in diabetes has become a very researched area. The link between diabetes and dementia and Alzheimer is pretty significant right now, particularly type 2 diabetes. And it is increased risk of developing developing dementia if you have diabetes, as well as Alzheimer's. Although the precise mechanism really isn't known, they have developed probably 3 hypotheses on why or what they think may be causing diabetes to be related or associated with dementia. And one of those is when we think about insulin, how it plays a critical role in brain cell signaling. So in diabetes, insulin resistance can impair brain cell signaling. So that means they're decreasing the cerebral glucose utilization, which potentially leads to cognitive decline. The second hypothesis is one of vascular damage, because diabetes can cause the blood vessels to be damaged, reducing the blood flow to the brain. And this may contribute to the development of vascular cognitive impairment. So that means small vessels dysfunction is generally the result of high blood pressure. And then the third proposed area would be inflammation. So chronic high blood sugar levels can lead to increased inflammation and oxidative stress, both of which are known to damage brain cells and promote neurodegenerative diseases. Studies have shown that individuals with diabetes have a higher risk of developing Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia compared to those without diabetes. For example, in 2013, there was a meta-analysis by Gorontalo that revealed that diabetic patients have 73% higher risk of dementia compared to non-diabetics, which includes a 56% increased risk of Alzheimer's compared to the non-diabetic. So let me repeat that because that's worth saying twice. So they revealed in this study that diabetic patients have 73% higher risk of dementia and a 56% increased risk for Alzheimer's. Next page, please. So frailty and falls. What is the definition of frailty, and what is frailty, and how do we assess that? So when we think about falls are probably the leading cause of injury in older individuals, affecting about 1/3 of the population. Older adults with diabetes are associated with excessive risk for fall. The ones with diabetes have about 64% risk for falls. Now, one thing that they did find was insulin-treated patients increased their risk for falls by 94% compared to the 27% risk among non-insulin treated patients. So insulin-treated patients increased their risk for falls by 94%. Okay. They also found that the tighter the HbA1c glycemic control was associated with a greater risk of fall as well, probably due more to hypoglycemia. Falls are a health challenge in themselves, not even considering age and diabetes. You know, when a person falls, you have to be concerned about, head trauma or any type of or contusion or any kind of tissue breakage or organ damage and those kinds of things. So the consequences, especially for older individuals, include fractures and then poor rehabilitation, the severity of the fall, and depending on how poor they are, what kind of condition they're in, they may be facing poor wound healing as well, being diabetic. In a study by Yang in 2017, they showed that 30% of individuals with type 2 diabetes experience recurrent falls. Now, we talked about falls in general, about 64% of the adult population, older adult populations. And then we talked about the 94% that were insulin treated. So now we're looking at recurrent falls. So 30.6% of individuals with type 2 diabetes experience recurrent falls. That means they don't just fall once, they fall multiple times. Multiple times means multiple opportunities to have to go to the hospital, to have increased infections, or to have higher health care costs, or more dementia, and all those things that are related to being hospitalized. The most important factor associated with higher falls was insulin use. And when we talk about frailty tends to look at 5 different components, and then 3 of those falls really determine whether or not the person is labeled frail. And one would be difficulties in mobility, such as a slow gait in their walking speed. Muscle weakness, that means hand grip strength is low. Decreased physical activity and poor exercise tolerance. Exhaustion, and then unintended weight loss. So the impact of frailty on individuals with type 2 is common, and what it does is it increases the risk of complications such as metabolic dysregulation. So we're looking at frailty worsens insulin resistance due to reduced muscle mass. And it also increased fat accumulation, leading to poor blood glucose control levels. There's a higher risk of hypoglycemia in individuals that are frail or susceptible to hypoglycemia. And they usually have irregular eating patterns, they have reduced appetites, and they are polypharmacy individuals. So function, in terms of function and frailness, the weakness and muscle strength that can be limited, making exercise almost impossible and very difficult, which also leads to other health deteriorations. Frailty increases the risk of falls, which can result in fractures, hospitalizations, and reduced quality of life. So cognitive impairment, which we mentioned earlier, is linked to higher risk of dementia. And that is part of frailty, looking at chronic inflammation and vascular damage. The physical limitations caused by frailty can lead to social isolation and depression and anxiety and worsening diabetes care, frequent hospitalizations, higher healthcare costs, the poor quality of life. Frailty leads to dependency on caregivers for daily tasks, including those things like taking medications or monitoring your glucose, or even meal prep or meal services. Also, it lowers life expectancy. Studies show that frailty is associated with higher mortality in individuals with type 2. So the challenges in diabetic management is pretty complex. Frail adults may struggle with the complexity of diabetes care, including, as we keep talking about, multiple medications, their dietary restrictions, and then monitoring of their glucose. So the need for a health assessment, regular health assessment, and developing falls to prevent issues that increase frailty risk. Next, please. Nutrition challenges. So as an older individual with diabetes, sometimes you find a malnutrition risk increase. So physical, cognitive, and financial factors may contribute to malnutrition in older adults, increasing their vulnerability to infections, poor health outcomes, and frailty. Aging can reduce the sensation of thirst, increasing the risk for hydration, which can also affect cognition, kidney function, and blood glucose control. So nutrient deficiencies in older adults is quite common, especially nutrients like calcium, vitamin D, proteins, which can all impact bone health and muscle strength and overall energy. So decreased appetite is affected as we age because there are changes in taste and smell, the way we receive food. We also have dental issues, whether or not we have multiple teeth missing or dental implants or pain in the mouth when we're eating, make it very difficult for older adults to maintain a balanced diet. Some dietary restrictions as well as fluid restrictions, depends on what their conditions are, tend to add multiple health conditions that, there's a potential for food medication interactions and more complexity to the menu planning that requires careful guidance. You just can't throw food together anymore. You can't just eat a snack when you feel like, there has to be some type of plan or thought process involved. And at this time, some of the patients may not have that cognition to be able to do that. And then blood sugar management can be challenging with those that have difficult accessing fresh and nutrient-dense foods. And the last but not least, the digestion and bowel changes. If you can imagine gastroparesis, which is delayed gastric emptying, is also affected by diabetes because we have stomach nerves showing slowing down digestive functions. And those symptoms can be anywhere from nausea, vomiting, bloating, early satiety. And the other issue is constipation and or diarrhea. And so when you think about all those things that the elderly has to deal with, with their bowels, it becomes an issue. And you will find not just urinary incontinence, but also fecal incontinence. And so that means you have nerve damage where the body is pelvic floor is weakened and you can't control your bowels, and the symptoms are inability to control, and that causes in itself distress. We have individuals that if you can imagine, you don't have to be an older person to feel embarrassed when you lose your bowel. So we're still talking about incidences that may cause social isolation, because if it happens to you once or you think that it is, they may not ever want to go out in public again. And then there's also acid reflux and bloating and gas and malabsorption of nutrients, which cause chronic diarrhea and bacterial overgrowth. So dehydration affects the fact that they are not going to get enough fluid. And a lot of them don't want to drink a lot of fluid because it tends to make them have to, go to the bathroom often. And they may not want to get up because they may have some mobility issues. I will not drink much water because I have to get up twice and it takes me a long time to get up the one time. So they may drink less water to make sure they don't have to be mobile. So next slide, please. So those are some of their nutrition challenges. So some of the best practices for care is, especially when you start talking about nutrition, is just include appropriate proportions of carbs, fats, proteins to support the energy needs, to ensure the blood sugar is under control and muscle is maintained. Prioritize foods that are essential in minerals and vitamins, and combat those that are nutrient deficiencies that are common in the elderly. So you want to make sure that they're always eating nutrient-dense foods because they tend to eat less because their appetite may be poor. Ensure sufficient protein to maintain muscle mass and support the immune functions and to promote fullness, especially important in those individuals that are frail. Consistent meal timing is important. Encourage snacks, but regular meals are important because they're the largest meals of the day to help stabilize the glucose and prevent hypoglycemia. Offer fiber-rich foods to make sure you don't have bowel issues, good digestion, cholesterol control, and benefiting cardiovascular and metabolic function. And then promote regular water intake. Promoting water intake, that means not just getting water, but foods that are high in water content and other types of beverages to prevent dehydration, provided the folks are not on fluid restrictions, such as on a renal diet or something like that, some kind of kidney or diuretic medication. Okay, next slide. Okay, so some practical strategies for healthcare providers like us. What do we need to be doing? We need to consider developing individualized health plans. You know, one plan doesn't fit everybody. You know, people are individual, particularly as they age. We have lived long enough and done enough that we know what we want, and we want things done sort of our way. So as practitioners, we have to consider that as we make healthcare plans. Facilitate multidisciplinary collaboration. So we need to engage a team of specialists, including the primary care physicians, the endocrinologists, the dietitians, therapists, whoever is needed at the time that they're receiving care. Incorporate family and caregiver support. We're going to need all of them to make sure that the emotional issues and social issues are okay. Promote regular health screening. And this is to stay ahead of things that might be happening that we may not see down the road. The use of technology to enhance monitoring. Wearable devices are now being provided. So we could do telehealth and electronic reminders. Also provide ongoing education and counseling. Offer accessible, clear education on managing diabetes, including things about nutrition, physical activity, medication management, and just overall coping skills. Next, please. Next slide, please. So future direction. So what's happening in the future direction when we start talking about diabetes? So some of the advances in genomics, metabolics, and proteomics are leading to more personalized approaches to diabetic care. So this will allow us to tailor to an individual's genetic profile. And I guess in the end, it should allow for a more targeted care in older adults. Integration of wearable remote devices. So that's rapidly evolving. I mean, right now there's so many types of devices. I mean, we have the Apple Watches and we have the Dexcoms and we have a whole lot of equipment now that not all of our aging population have it, but it is becoming an opportunity so that they can be monitored. The issue is going to be training how to use a lot of these technology and being able to pay for technology. Artificial intelligence. Right now, we are at a place where if we use AI for older adults, we may be able to predict algorithms that could identify falls, you know, in advance, or predict stuff like hypoglycemic events or other complications that we may be able to get a handle on before it becomes a real issue. holistic, multidisciplinary care models. I mean, we're there. We just got to have everybody at the table that needs to be at the table now. We know that there are many fields of experts that need to be at the table to prevent these diseases or to manage the care. Focus on mental health. Well, we know that diabetes and cognitive decline are related. So our key is to try to prevent diabetes in the first place, you know. So in terms of enhanced nutrition research for aging, we're going to see more of that because the population now is larger in the aging group than it is in the young group. And also healthcare policy and adaptations. As the population ages, the healthcare systems are adapting to meet the increased demand for geriatric diabetic care. So policies are focusing on enhancing access to care, long-term support, and affordable treatment. So if we can converge all of these trends into some future where diabetes management for older adults can be more integrated, more personalized, and more proactive, then I think we would have met our challenge. Next slide. So key takeaways. I guess I want you to remember that acknowledging that older adults require special consideration. You know, older adults have a lot of things going on that unless you're in that age group, you won't have a clue, and you need to engage other practitioners. Incorporating the unique aspects of diabetes in the management for older adults. And it is important to make sure that everybody that needs to be on the team, the multidisciplinary team, will be there to help emphasize the individualized care of your patients. And then the need for proactive, compassionate care. You know, all countries don't view the aging the same. You know, in some places, older populations are, you know, pushed away into a long-term care facility, and they may not seem like they're important. And then other places, you know, the elderly population is the one that they run the country. I mean, these are people that have the knowledge. As long as they're cognitive, you know, they can bring something important to the table. So we need compassionate care, and we need policies that reflect that. So, and with that being said,
Dr. Ling, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to proceed the Q&A session as scheduled.
I'm done. Any questions?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for Dr. Ling for insightful presentation. We will now begin the Q&A session. Participants are welcome to ask questions through the chat box or raise their hand to speak directly. I'll pick up for the first session 2 questions from group chat and 2 questions from the offline participants. If there is sufficient time, we will add another session for 1 or 2 person asker. So for all of the participants, both online and offline, any question? Hello. To all participants, both online and offline, is there any question? Okay. To start, let me summarize 1 key point from the Dr. Ling presentation. The presentation about exploring multidisciplinary approach in the prevention and management of diabetes mellitus in older adults emphasize the critical needs for a tailored approach to address the unique challenge faced by aging population with diabetes. This include physical complication, social and emotional difficulties, cognitive decline, and nutrition-related issue. With that in mind, does anyone have a question or comment they'd like to share? Okay. Uh, please tell us about your name and where do you come from.
Hello. Hello.
Okay. Organizing committee.
Hello.
Okay. For the first question, time is yours. Okay. Dr. Lee, do you get what they asked?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I will summarize the question. Is there any relationship between the diabetes mellitus and other ini apa? And other disease? So, is there any relationship between diabetes mellitus and other disease?
And other diseases?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, diabetes could very easily be a risk factor for some other disease. For example, when you think of chronic renal disease or renal failure, diabetes is generally the risk factor for chronic kidney disease.
Okay, so the relationship between diabetes and kidney disease. Okay, do you get it, Miss? Okay, I think she get it. We move to the another question from Dr. Made Dewi Saryani. Hello, I am Made Dewi Saryani from University of Dayanapura, Bali. So our participant is from Bali, Dr. Ling. She asked about how to address nutrition for diabetes patients in remote areas where food is limited.
Very good question.
Okay, thank you.
Only we could, if only we could always have solutions to those kind of things. Usually, a lot of the remote areas, there's not a lot of interdisciplinary teams out there. There's also food deserts. So the better thing, I guess, from my standpoint, because I see some patients sometimes that are in the counties where they're not close to grocery stores and things like that. So and what they have learned to do is, and what we do is go out, educate, and bring foods to the community. You know, we try to work with different organizations and small farmers to make sure that they have some of those, and because especially if they have disease like diabetes and don't have access to good food, then problem cannot be solved, you know. So the community almost have to get engaged and to assist, because it's not a problem that a person can solve, one person. It takes the community to be involved. So, but that's a very good question. And I would look at the different types of social status or social type organizations or whatever would be available, whatever kind of community groups or whatever types of small government types of facilities are in those areas that might be able to assist.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ling, for your explanation. Let us proceed to the next quick question. Is there any direct question from any participant? Okay, time is yours.
Oops.
Opportunity. Let me introduce myself, Aprilia Abdullah, a student from the Gorontalo Ministry of Health Polytechnic, majoring in the tree midwifery. Okay, let's get straight to it. Regarding diabetes mellitus is no longer a common thing. In fact, in every country there are diabetes sufferers, and my mother is one of the diabetes sufferers. The question is what influences sufferers to become irritable? Because lately my mother is often angry and I have heard statement like that. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Daddy, could you repeat that, please? I didn't quite get it all.
It is about angry management and the relationship between diabetes mellitus. Is there about your question? Okay, atau saya jawab. Okay, let me repeat her question, doctor. Regarding diabetes mellitus is no longer a common thing. In fact, in every country, there are diabetes sufferers. And my mother is one of the diabetes sufferers. The question is, what influence sufferers to become irritable? Sorry, because lately my mother is often angry, and I've heard statements like that.
Okay. So you're saying in terms of their emotional support, the mother's is angry. Is that what I'm hearing? Angry?
Yes, I think that's about the question.
So when you think about the disease, it creates anxiety and distress. And sometimes we look at things that happen to us and it's kind of like, well, why did this happen to me? And I'm sort of angry about this thing happening because now I have to depend on a whole lot of people to support my personal needs, and being an adult person, you may feel angry because now somebody else got to do the things that you have been normally managing for your family and for yourself. So some of that comes because we're just human, and one of the things that's happening too is that in terms of social support, this person may need to find other people to interact with, somebody that's closer to their age. It's one thing to be socially isolated, and it tend to bring hostility. But if you can find people to, whether they're in the community or even right now, social media, if you have a person that's feeling distraught or distressed or angry, then there are social media outlets, that they can get involved with. And two, it depends on whether or not her feelings are related to the medication or just an emotional outburst. Because sometimes medications can cause people to be angry or to feel certain kinds of ways. So I would evaluate her medication. If that's something that's happening often, it could be medication induced. So I would take a look at that.
Okay. Thank you for explanation, Dr. Lee. Okay. We still have a few time, so we have two chat box question. The first is from Linda
Okay.
Gorontalo. Diabetes treatment full covered by insurance in the USA, or is there any limitation?
Usually in the US, it's a country of insurance, you know. So if a person does not have insurance in the US, they are limited on how much medications or something like that. Now, if for the age group that I'm talking about, they tend to be uh, on a program called Medicare. So if they're old enough to receive Medicare, then their treatment is not going to be as expensive. You know, it will be a lot cheaper because they have something similar to, insurance. So and I don't know what the limitation would be. I mean, the treatment depends on what the treatment is, because usually insulin is quite expensive in the US. So one of the things that's happening here is there have been a lot of treatment, let's say competition. Matter of fact, there is instead of people that have been on insulin for decades, now we're finding that there are pharmaceutical industries that are coming out with all these other types of pharmacies that cost a lot less. For example, Ozempic or Moderna, those kinds of things. And people that have been diabetic for a long time and having to pay a whole lot of money for insulin, it looks like this treatment is like, at least what I'm hearing from some dietitians and some patients, is that it's like a miracle drug. You know, it's helping them to lose weight, and it's also causing their glucose to be more stable. Their A1C is not as high. So, and they can skip medications because it's not required as much once they start taking it. So I think there are some alternatives that's coming out. But in terms of full coverage by insurance, I'm not familiar with all the insurance programs in the US. I know that, for those people that are still working, insurance tend to cover most of their cost of pharmaceuticals. And then if they are, like I said, 65 and older, they generally are receiving Medicare. So Medicare is a government funded insurance program that'll cover diabetic treatments as well. Linda, did I answer your question?
Okay. Thank you for your explanation, Dr. Lee. Okay, we move to the three question
Okay.
from the Irma. The first one is from the Irmariani about nutritional management for a diabetic ulcer patient who experience malnutrition and tend to experience hypoglycemia. Impatient are more likely to experience this problem. Thank you.
Yes. So is this patient in a facility like a hospital or something, or is this patient home? I mean, um, for patients that have ulcers, that
Uh,
tends to be result of malnutrition. So we kind of expect that. And if they're hypoglycemic, it usually indicates that they have poor intake, or they don't have they're not feeding the body in a way to keep the glucose normalized. So yeah, and patients, even you saying inpatients, are more likely to experience this problem.
Okay. Thank you for explanation. The last one maybe from the Putri Rahayu Amalia Hengga. How can healthcare policies better address the accessibility of diabetes care for older adults in underserved areas?
Very good question. How can healthcare policies better address the accessibility of diabetes care? So, part of that in the United States, part of that becomes a government regulated industry. And getting access to healthcare it's a difficult issue because if you're not in a place where you get information, then you don't know what's out there. So part of it is communication, getting good access to healthcare. It's like having access to food. You know, part of it is cost containment. You know, if people don't have the money, then they don't have access. I mean, that's just the way it is. In some places, those issues they're not so much related to access more than they're related to money, just having funding to purchase what you need. And then sometimes access may be location, you know, because if the healthcare facilities are in a place that's remote, then a person may have a longer route to get to the care. As when we talk about access to food, you know, it needs intervention, not just from the family members and the care team. There may need to be access in terms of policies that we from the country, you know. So we may have to come up with policies that govern, you know, our access.
Okay. Thank you for all of the participants who give insightful question to the our Dr. Ling. That concludes our Q&A session. Well, as a closing, allow me to summarize the material in this session. The presentation about exploring multidisciplinary approach in the prevention and management of diabetes mellitus in older adults emphasize the critical needs for the tailored approach to address the unique challenge faced by aging population with diabetes. This include physical complications, social and emotional difficulties, cognitive decline, and nutrition-related issues. A multidisciplinary team comprising primary care physician, endocrinologists, dietitian, and other specialists plays a pivotal role in managing this complexity drug strategy, like promoting physical activity, addressing medication management, and ensuring nutritional adequacy. The session highlight the importance of personalized care, proactive health screening, and family involvement alongside emerging technologies like wearable device and AI for change monitoring. The takeaway underscore the necessity of compassionate, holistic care models to actively prevent and manage diabetes in older adults while prioritizing future innovation in research and policy adaptation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of this plenary session, first plenary session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Dr. Patricia Elling for her exceptional presentation and sharing her expertise on this critical topic. I would like also to thank all the participants for your active engagement, which enrich this session. We will now have a short break before the next session begin. Please refer to the conference schedule for details about the upcoming plenary session. Once again, thank you for attention and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And see you in the next session. I'll return the next session to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Dr. Patricia.
We also would to say thank you to Miss Patricia A. Lange for a very useful presentation, and also to Mr. Dedi Alif Utama as the moderator who has guided this session well.
Dear guests, we will continue to the second session with the second speaker with the topic Diabetes Management in the Digital Era, Bridging the Gap Between Educators and Technology. This presentation will be delivered by Mr. Debi Syahrul Ramadlon, PhD, and IDF Senior Fellow from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and will be guided by our moderator, Ms. Nanda Wahyudi. To the moderator and speaker, we invite you to start the session.
Okay, thank you so much for Mr. Fadli and Ms. Atia for your wonderful introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you so much for your attending here on the first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, the synergy of multidisciplinary approach to diabetes mellitus prevention and management, with me, Nanda Wahyudi, as your moderator today. Diabetes mellitus has caused a lot of morbidity and mortality to people all over the world. And diabetes mellitus is also can make a complication disease such as hypertension, heart disease, and many more. So, Gorontalo Health Polytechnic want to give a positive contribution to reducing the number of diabetes mellitus through this conference. And for that, today we have the incredible speaker who already with us. He is Mr. Debi Syahrul Ramadan, PhD, IDF Fellow. Hello, Mr. Debi.
Hello, good morning everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to you as well, sir, and thank you so much for being with us. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the Mr. Debi presentation, allow me to briefly introduce Mr. Debi curriculum vitae. Okay, Mr. Debi Syahrul Ramadlon, PhD, IDF Fellow. He is an international lecturer of Faculty of Nursing, Chulalongkorn University, based on Bangkok, Thailand. He received his Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Diabetes Educator Specialist from School of Nursing, Malang State Health Polytechnic, Indonesia in 2013. He earned his Master of Health Science from Erlangga University, Indonesia in 2017. He earned his Master Science in Nursing from Graduate Institute of Nursing, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan in 2020. And he completed his Doctor of Philosophy from Graduate Institute of Nursing, Taipei Medical University, Taiwan in 2023. He is currently certified as a Diabetes Educator Specialist from Indonesia License and International Diabetes Federation License as a Senior Fellow. Mr. Debi have a lot of publication in a scope book Scopus Index. There are GBD 2021 causes of dead collaborators in 2024, a global burden of 288 causes of death and life expectancy decomposition in 204 countries and territories and 811 subnational locations. From 1990 until 2021, a systematic analysis for the global burden of disease study to 2021, published in the Lancet journal, and many more. Mr. Debbie has received the multiple awards, including IDF Senior Fellow title in 2024. And he has also received the Top Site Article 2022 until 2023 award from Journal of Nursing Scholarship and many more. I'm so sorry, Mr. Debbie, I can read a whole of your curriculum vitae because we have a limit time.
Yeah, it's okay, no worries.
Okay, that's all the great curriculum vitae from Mr. Debbie. Ladies and gentlemen, today our incredible speaker, Mr. Debbie, will present the very interesting topic. It's about diabetes management in the digital era, bridging the gap between educators and technology. And for that, the seminar will be going on 2 sessions. For the first session, Mr. Debbie will be invited to presentation, and the second session is Q&A. If the participant have a question, please write your question on the chat box, or you can use the raise hand feature. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Mr. Debbie presentation, but before that, I want to give you all pantun. Please give me cakep. Oke. Kerawang kuning beli di pasar Senin.
Cakep.
Dipakai pergi makan di bulan Ramadan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Mr. Debbie Syahrul Ramadan. Mr. Debbie, over to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful pantun for the moderator. It's so fun. And okay, let me share my PowerPoint. Sorry. Okay, everyone, could you see my PPT clearly and also my voice, right? Okay, good morning, everyone, and honorable to the Director of Health, Gorontalo Health Polytechnic, Mr. Muhammad Anas Anisiru, SKM MKes, and honorable to all faculty member from Gorontalo Health Polytechnics, and also the staff as well. And good morning to the audience and participant in the first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic 2024. And thank you for having me this morning. So this morning, I would like to discuss with all of you about diabetes management in the digital era. So it's about the bridging the gap between educators and technology. I think this topic quite important for us in the term of this, the theme for this conference, because if we interest about diabetes, if we have to know the importance of education and what the role of diabetes educators in terms of delivering diabetes education appropriately. And then because right now recently we have to notice that digital era, we have to consider using technology in delivering education material as well. So before we starting about what is diabetes educators and what is the technology in supporting about diabetes education, so we have to notice about what is the prevalence of diabetes right now. So I took this data from the IDF International Diabetes Federation. Diabetes Atlas is 10 edition. This guideline or this guideline for IDF Diabetes Atlas 10 edition is was published in 2021. So you can see in this slide that the 10 editions confirm that diabetes is one of the fastest growing global health emergency of the 21st century. And if you notice that in the population, the prevalence of diabetes in the world population is will increase significantly from 2021 until 2024 will increase around 46%. And let's move to the another part like North America and Caribbean, Europe, Western Pacific also increasing I think more than 10 and until 20% as well in those region. And if we notice that in the Southeast Asia, from 2021 we'll have like 90 million population who have the prevalence of who have diabetes will increase around dramatically 68% will increase 2045 around 152 million. So that's why if we know that the prevalence of diabetes is significantly increasing in all region in around the world, so we have to notice that the importance of managing this disease. And how about the prevalence in Indonesia? So this data also from the 10th edition from the IDF Diabetes Atlas. So in 2021, the top five, the country with the number of people with diabetes is the first is China. And how about Indonesia? Indonesia is the number fifth rank. And how about in 2025? So it's still included in the top five. So that's why the managing diabetes, especially type 2 diabetes in Indonesia is quite important as as a healthcare professional. So this IDF also mentioned that type 2 diabetes is the most common type of diabetes, accounting for over 90% of all diabetes worldwide. So as we know that diabetes have actually four types. The first type is the type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes, and another type of diabetes. So from those type of diabetes, type 2 diabetes is the most common type of diabetes, is around 90%. So that's why it's really important to manage to give the health education to the patients with diabetes. And this mentioned that the effective strategies for managing type 2 diabetes are essential or are important. And so if you're talking about diabetes education, so as we if we interest or we will do the expert in diabetes, so we have to know why diabetes education is matter for patient with diabetes. So diabetes education is essential for patient as it equip them with the knowledge and skill necessary to manage their condition effectively. So if we are diabetes educator, we have to not only improving knowledge or attitude. So the end, we have to make sure that the patient will have the good skill or a well skill or great skill to manage themselves, because you know the type 2 diabetes, or I think all type of diabetes will need to like long-term management. So as the healthcare professional or healthcare diabetes educator, we have to expect that our patient can manage their skill in their home, so they can do the diabetes self management to manage their blood glucose control. So this is why this education is really important for them. And this education encompasses, the first one is about understanding the disease and monitoring blood glucose level. I think is the most important one, and adhering the medication regimen and also making informed lifestyle choices. So maybe all of you have noticed that this is data from WHO is about therapeutic patient education. Maybe as a student also learns from this TPE. So what is TPE? So the TPE or therapeutic patient education is a priority of healthcare and fundamental to integrate people in prevention and control of non-communicable disease such as diabetes. So the aim of this therapeutic patient education is to acquire the competency to help patients to self-manage their non-communicable diseases such as diabetes. And of this TPE have two outcomes. The first is enable people with non-communicable diseases to manage their illness and the yield benefit in both health and financial terms. I think the therapeutic patient education or TP is quite important concept. If we, as a diabetes educator, we or a healthcare professional want to have plan to conduct the appropriate diabetes education into the patients. And the three call for TPE or therapeutic patient education is the first one is satisfactory improvement. So that's why when I had experience in delivering a lot of education into the patients. So we have to think that satisfaction from the patient is really crucial as well, because in the end we have to make sure that the patient have a good understanding after delivering from the health education. Also, we have to evaluate some, maybe deliver some questionnaire, well, some satisfaction questionnaire to them to evaluate that our health education, whether it's successful or not successful to them. And the second one, also the improvement in quality of life and health. So if you have a healthcare professional, in the end of the day, you have to make sure that of course the all patient with the disease have to have a good quality of life, have good quality of life. And the last one is reduction of personal, economics, and social costs. So multiple peer studies have proven that the effectiveness of therapeutic education on diabetes self-management and highlighted the associated health and psychosocial benefits. And this still talking about TPE. In order to improve care, educators need to put themselves in the place of people with diabetes and considering their culture and how diabetes impact their life and relationships. So I talk this awareness concept called is TAWHN, or we can simply mention the down. Down is the diabetes attitudes, which is needs model for diabetes. So if you notice in the this concept, we have like me and medical care and treatment, family and friends, work and school, living, and also society. So as a diabetes educator or healthcare professional who interested in delivering health education, we have to take some concept. I think this concept is quite important as well, as we have to know that in managing a diabetes education, we not only focusing on okay, the only doctor or nurse or dietitian, no. So we need to multidisciplinary, a more comprehensive multidisciplinary in managing type 2 diabetes in terms of patient as well and also their family. And for example, is being able to cope with their condition. So as a patient diabetes, they have to, as I mentioned before, they have to have a good knowledge to manage, to improve their skills to manage themselves in their home, so they can understand what they have to do to manage their blood glucose level. And also the medical care and treatment. So as a doctor and healthcare professional, we have to assess the quality diagnosis, and also we have to deliver the good treatment and deliver the appropriate care to them. How about the family and friends? So family and friends also the important aspects in diabetes management, because right now prior study reported that I think some of the patient, I think most of the patient with diabetes, type 1 or type 2 diabetes, they have the anxiety or also the fatigue. So they need the support from the family and friends, also the practical support, because as we know, we have to put it in our mindset that diabetes management is long-term management. So it needs, of course, the patient will feel the up and down to manage their blood glucose level. So the important supporting emotional and practical support to them is really crucial. And work and school also is important, especially for type 1 diabetes, because you know that most of type 1 diabetes is either children or the young generations. So sometimes they still do the schools, they still going to the work. So that's why the work environment, also school environment, have to understand about the diabetes management. And also living, having the same opportunities to enjoy life as everybody else. Also society, healthcare system, government, public, they are willing to listen, change, and be supportive. I noticed that in Indonesia have a good system already, the government healthcare system, but sometimes I noticed that the difficulties is about the in the countryside of because as Indonesia is the a lot of the huge country with a lot of island. So I had experience that sometimes some patient in the countryside still have a lack of knowledge how they can manage. I think this problem have to take note for the government or healthcare system in Indonesia. And not only this concept, so as we know that 88 or American Diabetes Association, in cooperation with the Association of Diabetes Care and Education Specialists, or we call ADCES, have provided three type of diabetes self-management programs, namely, firstly is diabetes self-management education, or we call DCME, and diabetes self-management support is called DCMS, and diabetes self-management education and support on DCMES. So I think if you interest in diabetes educator, you have to read those guideline in the internet for free. So this is you can type in internet about the guideline is national standard for diabetes self-management education and support is called DCMES. I think those guideline has published in the diabetes care is quite a good journal. So that's why as a diabetes educator, I have to remind you that if you have planned to do the appropriate health education to the patient, I think you have to read those three. But the new one is about the DCMES, it's about national standard of for diabetes self-management education and support. And as me as a diabetes educator, I did some a research for evaluating what is effectiveness for those three, because because the research because the gap recently is the prior or previous Paris meta-analysis have explained that benefit of DCME and DCMES in improving diabetes clinical outcome. Also, some previous studies reported that the positive effects of DCMS alone have been reported. However, what is the gap for us or for diabetes educator or for healthcare professionals? So it's a non-comparative analysis of all three intervention axes, challenging healthcare professional in identifying for optimal management strategy. So I have published the journal. It is published in Diabetes Metabolism Research and Review. This is top tier one journal in endocrinology diabetes metabolism field. So from this journal, we evaluated the using network meta-analysis to evaluate for those three which the most effective diabetes self-management program in improving diabetes clinical outcome in type 2 diabetes. And this is the definition. So I think this a reference also from those three guidelines. So in my paper, you can read online in the internet. So the definition for this is you can see that diabetes management education and support, or DCMS, is the process that help the people with diabetes develop knowledge, skill, abilities necessary for diabetes self-care, as well as activities that enable them to implement and maintain the behavior needed to manage their condition on an ongoing basis, whether or not they have received formal self-management trainings. How about DCMS and DCMES? As a diabetes educator, we have to know the differences between two. So the DCMES, or diabetes self-management support, is focusing on providing ongoing support only and assistance to people with diabetes in implementing and maintaining behavior to manage their condition beyond and outside the formal self-management training. So there are many types of support that can be provided, including behavioral, educational, psychosocial, and clinical. And how about DCME? DCME is the ongoing process of facilitating the knowledge, skill, and abilities required to self-management diabetes. So based on evidence-based standard, this process incorporates the needs, goal, experience of the individual with diabetes. And this project, I have one control group, so we have to compare those three with the usual care. So what is the definition of usual care in these projects? So usual care or control group is about the patient only do the visiting clinics or hospital routinely to meet the face-to-face with healthcare professionals and discuss diabetes management with their health physician or diabetes educator. And This, I think, if you have experience, had experience about doing meta-analysis, that this is about the result of week one for my project. So I have like 5 outcomes to evaluate the most effective diabetes staff management programs. The first one is SPA1C, and the second one is I have outcome about the fasting blood glucose. On the second, the next is about the total cholesterol. I also evaluate for the blood pressure as well. And for A is this is the first plot for my meta-analysis. So the first one, or the A part, is about the first plot for the HbA1c level as a primary, as our primary outcome. So if you notice that from this first plot, DCMES is the most effective program, can reduce around 0.61 HbA1c level. This is important in percentage. So how about DCME and DCMES and DCME? So for DCME, also still significant reducing SPA1C level. This is the second ring about can reduce 0.43, and DCME also significant improving compared to usual care in can reduce SPA1C level around 0.38. I think for not only SPA1C, if you notice that for the B is fasting blood glucose, and C is total cholesterol, and also the D is blood pressures. So I think most of my outcome is the only DCMES is significantly improving, but I think DCME and DCME is also significantly improving in fasting blood glucose, also the total cholesterol. So as diabetics, we have to notice that DCME, or the comprehensive combining DCMES and DCME, is a quite crucial diabetes management in improving diabetes clinical outcome into the patients. And from my project, so we got another diabetes evidence. So DCMES is the people with type 2 diabetes. It yields the greatest improvement in the key clinical outcome of HbA1c, fasting blood glucose, and blood pressure level. And based on the evidence, we highly recommend the integration of DCMES approach in design and delivery of diabetes self-management program. And also, I strongly advocate for implementation in clinical practice to enhance diabetes management and promote better health outcome for people with type 2 diabetes. So I think I also suggest if one of you focusing on diabetes educator, you have to read those guidelines, especially guideline from the national standard in delivering DCMES, because from the finding from my project, this is the most significant in improving diabetes outcomes. And after we know that what is the appropriate diabetes education, so I think especially for the students, from the student have maybe the new concept, what is the diabetes educator, and what responsibility does diabetes educator have. And we start from as I mentioned before, that in managing diabetes, not only focusing on one profession, like only doctor, the most important, on only nurse and only dietitians, or only the patients. So I mentioned before that we need a multidisciplinary team in managing, or in managing, also in preventing type 2 patient manage diabetes case. So in this slide, if you notice that we have like 6 different profession, starting from the physician, and we have nurses and health educators, also dietitians, a psychologist, also important, that also the men, also the people and the families. So it is the responsibility of healthcare professional to acquire the knowledge, skill, and competency to provide evidence-based, high-quality diabetes educations. And let's move to what is the key competencies for effective diabetes care. So this is as a multidisciplinary, I have noticed that in this audience have not only nurses, on only dietitians. So we have to know that the key competencies for effective diabetes care. The first one is the information training. The second one is awareness and also social psychological support. So So almost 100% of care in diabetes is conducted to people with diabetes and not by healthcare professional. And I had experience in conducting in some countries and in Indonesia. So there's still lack of human resources, especially in understanding what is diabetes management appropriately into the patient. So that's why we have to give more up training to the nurse or dietitian to get the certification for diabetes educator. And this is the four responsibility for multidisciplinary team. The first one is we have to have effective communication among team members, and the second one is we have to respect for the expertise of all team members. And I think the next is quite important concept is about open discussion regarding management, decision making, problem solving, and setting priorities with diabetes. Because as my experience is conducting or managing type 2 diabetes as a healthcare professional, we have to after we got delivering health education to them, we have to have next step for open discussion to them, because in the end of the day the decision we have to include for the outpatient, also their families, because sometimes the medication in supporting is quite expensive, so we have to know the background for the patient, also their family, to take a decision for the, as we notice that this is long term management. So I think open discussion with them is really crucial. And the last part is about the collaborative approach to the pursuit of program goals and outcomes. And this slide is quite important if you in the future, if you want to be a diabetes educator. This is the three roles of diabetes educators you have to do to the patients. And the first one is diabetes educator to enable people with diabetes to manage their health to the best their ability. So that's why in the first slide I mentioned that we're not only focusing improving knowledge and attitudes, we have to make sure that their skill also improve, because they have to manage that by themselves. And the second one is about to allow them to make able choices and take action based on the informed judgment. I think you know you have to put in our mindset every patient is different difficulties, different their own difficulties. So for example, like dietitian, like healthy planning, also the physical activity. So as a diabetes, we have to we cannot like to put the same intervention in terms of dietary planning and also the physical activity. So as a diabetes doctor, we have to have some plans. So we offer to them which the best to the each patient. And the third one is about to improve the quality of life of the person with diabetes. I think it's really important. It's about quality of life. So diabetes educators are integral part of the diabetes management teams. And this is the four about the component of a diabetes educator training. So if you want a diabetes educator in the future, you have to, of course, you have to join the diabetes educator training. So diabetes educator training, we have like some important part. The first one is about teaching and learning skill and principle with experimental learning and reflective practice, and communication skill and behavioral and psychological strategies and application of research finding. So therefore, the continuous professional education is essential to improve diabetes educator knowledge and competencies. And this help in improving diabetes care in people with diabetes and their family or caregivers, and also improve diabetes control and prevent complications. Let's start with the first one about teaching and learning. So diabetes educators should have a good understanding of the theories and processes of educations and be able to apply this knowledge in practice. So we have like planning team, and we have to include multidisciplinary team like physician, nurses, dietitian, psychologists, podiatrists, and exercise psychologists. And in terms of methods for teaching and learning, we can use the active methodologies, clinical cases, like brainstorming, meta plan, role plays, demonstration, discussion, and educational tools. And the last part is about modality. We have like blended learning process, like P-learning, and also we have electronic learning as well, can be used in teaching and learning in diabetes educator trainings. And for teaching and learning, we have like to put away the first one is about self-management patient educations. So we have to consider, teach, and provide. Consider individual needs. As I always when I do like training to the general nurse or general dietitian, I always mention that every patient have their own needs and they have own difficulties. So you have to really understand the background and the difficulties for each patients. And the teach skill of facilitate behavior change to develop coping skill and to optimize outcomes. And also we have to provide emotional support, collaborative and partnership approach. So that's why we have to do do the open discussion as well to their family or their friends. And the passion-centered education is what tailored to individual preference, a person's social culture environment, and promote and encourage shared decision making in good setting and planning. Also provide appropriate educational methods and tool and follow-up support. And then for the therapeutic education phase, as I mentioned before, is about the need assessment. The first one, of course, we need to appropriate assessment to the patient. So it's about the diabetes clinical status and educational needs. Of course, if we have to make sure if we do the health education to the patient with diabetes and for example we have like more than 30 patients, so I think it's better you have to know maybe from the medical record the history of them, so we can so if we know the history or medical record for the patient, so we can need more understanding inappropriate diabetes education to them. And the second one is about pedagogical objective and planning. Is about develop individualized plan that include appropriate intervention and behavioral change processes. And the third one is about content methodology, selection and implementations. And the last part is, of course, we have to do evaluation whether our higher education is successful or not. And for the need assessment, I think we have like both aside. The first one is about the healthcare professional agenda, and the second one is about patient agenda. So in the healthcare professional agenda, we have like I think the goal is about the mutual understanding between the healthcare professional and also patients. And for the side of healthcare professional agenda, we have to do open questions, clarifications, interpretation, and reformulations. And also we have to do a lot of information to the patients. And for the patients side, it's about the perceived problem, and also we have to understand about their belief, hope, fear, and hide the problem and their expectations. I think if you want to read this concept, you can search in Google. This concept is from the Calgary model from the Kurtz and Silverman 1990s. It's quite old, but I think it's quite okay for the guide the health educations. And let's move to the pedagogical objective and planning. For the pedagogical method of planning is we have like 5 example of SMART objective. The first one is time upon. As for example, like they mentioned that I will work 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So they mentioned about the time. So I think it's quite okay. And sometimes the person also mentioned about specific exercise. So for example, like I'm going for walk or I'm going for exercise or for swimming in the walk for the urban park close to the house. And we have to measure the activity, also the measurable. For example, like I will work for 20 minutes. And another concept about attainable is I can do it because my husband will go to pick up our grandchildren from school. I think it's okay if your patient say like that. I think you have to support and pick up grandchildren also working and also exercise. I think you have to they have to maintain that activity. And the last one is about the relevance. So we have to make sure that this assessment will help to improve the glycemic control and the well-being. So so that's why I think the end of the day the blood glucose level, SpA1c or fasting blood glucose is the good evaluations to evaluate whether the physical activity or dietitian or all their diabetes management is successful or not. So we have to evaluate the using blood glucose control. And the next one is about content methodologies, selection and implementation. So it is really important for healthcare professional to be good listeners and help the person to express wishes and feel understood. So we have to put information, instruction, and demonstrations, and also learning by doing, learning by imitations, learning by solving problems, guidance. So therefore, I would like to suggest all of you, if you want to diabetes education, not only like delivering like PPT or knowledge or leaflet. So sometimes if you want to do the creative health education, sometimes you like invite the workshop, so you can teach the patient to measure the glucose level and discuss about what that activities. Maybe it's kind of the workshop to the patient. So I think this kind of make more them to make it's the concept like learning by doing. So we have to think about that. And the last part, as mentioned, is evaluation is really important. So, the therapeutic education process evaluation is about the person knowledge, how that behavior changes, pedagogical readjustment, and also person skill. We have to measure, of course, in the next, maybe in the second round of education, you have to measure the person have improving in their skills, and also person learning needs, and also person satisfaction is quite important as well for evaluation our health educations. And communication skill also important, and higher professional attitude and skill are vital for successful educational intervention. Like we have to like empathy, active, also active listening is really important because in the previous slide I mentioned about the open discussion. So I had experience. So if we did the open discussion and we have to put in our message to be like active listening, the person can do more, give you information what their problem or what their difficulties. So if we do can if we do a more get understanding for comprehensive difficulties on comprehensive problems to them, so we can take action as well to and give some suggestions to them in appropriate way. And also, this concept I took from the Albert Bandura. This is the first social learning theory. It's what refers to the important and item value appears. So, if you have interest from the Albert Bandura theory, is about the behavior, personal factors, and also environmental factors. They have like three domains, and the application of the social learning theory by the Bandura is about the application in people with diabetes. So it's about sharing the experiences, diabetes acceptance, also autonomy in diabetes management and developments of skill and well-being. And this slide is I have to mention that the importance of evidence-based care. So in recently as a healthcare professional or a professional diabetes doctor, if before you conducting or health education, you have to have a good evidence-based care. What is evidence-based care? So it's easy to say is that we have to like you have to find some good quality journal in supporting your problems in clinical setting or in supporting how to conduct the great health education to them. So maybe for example if the person have some problem and discuss with you, I think it's better we have to show to them about I think we have to like have some guideline from the journals. So it is called the evidence-based care. We cannot say that based on my experience in clinical setting or based my it's okay, but I think it's the best way. We have to use the journal, the good quality journal. I think for the recently it's quite easy to find a good quality journal, and you have to read more, so you can update your knowledge as well. You can update your diabetes literacy as well in fixing the patient problems. So what the healthcare professional should be able to is about access the review relevant literature, including guideline the protocol, to find out what has already been said about the issue. As I mentioned, you can use the guideline from the American Diabetes Association or from the International Diabetes Federation. I think for IDF, I think in 2 years on interest they update the guidelines. So as a healthcare professional, we have to update our knowledge and read the updated guideline from the IDF or from the IDA. And let's start from the technology and diabetes educations. And for technology, this is my publication about digitally assisted intervention in diabetes. It is about the comparative efficacy of digitally assisted intervention for improving HbA1c level among patients with type 2 type 2 diabetes. So I use the method about the systematic review and component network meta-analysis. Also, you can read comprehensively in the internet from my publications. So, in my publication, I have reported the type of intervention in diabetes. So, we have like mobile applications, short message service, telephone call, and web-based educational program as well. I found also the email, also theme-based online game. This project maybe I can I found like one study using the online games. I think one of six, this is the digitally assisted intervention, but for 6 and 10, this is also the not digitally, but also they include in my projects. In this paper, also in the previous study not only focused on a single intervention, they also reported the multiple interventions, such as in the 10 you can read that they use the mobile application combined with professional education program. Also they combine the peer support education, so they have like 3 multiple intervention in one study. And this is the following that you can read by yourself about the multiple intervention. So I have in total I have like 17 type of intervention in these projects. And if you experience, this is also the first the network plot. So this is for example, maybe I can read an example in easy to understand what it's the network plot. For the SC is about the standard care, and the MA is a mobile application. So from this project, the most common from the previous study is using the mobile application. Comparing in standard care is about 24 studies. Also, we have like short message service comparing with standard care using the 12 I have a reported 12 study as well in terms of intervention in terms of digitalized intervention in diabetes. And this is, I think, the main point of my project. So I evaluate the first one is about traditional network meta-analysis. So from this, in the left side, this is, you can notice that the multiple interventions I mentioned before, that about the mobile application combined with PEP is a professional education profession, and also peer support education is the the most effective intervention in improving SPA1C level. I think can reduce SPA1C level around 1.08 SPA1C in person stage. And however, why I have to do why I did the components. So since if you notice that this is the multiple intervention. So as a diabetes card, we have to know that we have to know what is the best component, because this is multiple, right? So I evaluate in the right side is the B is about the forest plot of for component digital assisted intervention for managing SPA1C. So from I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I have like 10 component for my projects. So from them components, I based on the component network meta-analysis, I have like 4 significantly intervention in improving SPA1C. The first one is about the PSE, and the second one is about short message service and mobile application as well, and the last part is about telephone call. However, since my project focusing on digitally as intervention, so because the PSE is not digitally, right, so the most effective of digitally as intervention is focusing on short message service, also the mobile application as well. And so I have to conclude that from this project, so the Summer Service SMA is the optimal digital assisted intervention for reducing SPA1C level in type 2 diabetes patients. And since my component also reported that the PSE or peer support education also the top one, so for my project, I have to say that educator can integrate digital assisted intervention complemented by educational programs, so particularly mobile application combined with professional education program and peer support education, so into daily care control to control the SPA1C level. And this is summary for my presentation. So the multidisciplinary team include diverse healthcare professional provide diabetes education, care, and treatment is quite important. So we have to put in our mindset, not only focusing on one profession, right? So we have to do cooperation with physician, nurses, dietitian, even the family and friends, also the patients. And the second summary is about diabetes educator are integral part of diabetes management team. And DCMES approach is the design and delivery of diabetes life management programs. And the last part of my summary is the educators can integrate digitally assisted intervention complemented by educational programs based on my recent projects. So thank you very much for the attention and the time. I'll be back to the moderator. Thank you. I think we still have 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie Syahrul Ramadan, PhD, for giving us such a wonderful and informative presentation. Based from your presentation, I can take several notes. There are, we have increased number of diabetes all over the world, especially type 2 diabetes, accounting for over 19% of all diabetes worldwide. And as a health workers have to skill to TPE or therapeutic patient education, because it is a priority fundamental to integrate people to control non-communicable disease, especially diabetes mellitus. And Mr. Debbie also present several articles. It's about how to manage, how to prevent, and how to intervention diabetes mellitus. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Q&A session. If you have a question to Mr. Debbie, please write on the chat box, or you can raise your hand and don't forget to mention it. Okay.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Debbie, now in our auditorium, we have student and lecturer attending with us.
Okay.
So they can ask you some question directly.
Yes, it's okay, it's fine.
Okay, maybe the camera can shoot student who want to ask Mr. Debbie any question. Okay, maybe from our midwifery student. Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Siti Mariam Anyo. I am a student majoring in midwifery at the Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. My question is, what is the role of technology such as health application, telemedicine, or self-monitoring device in supporting education for type 2 diabetes patient? Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Siti Mariam Anyo for the question. Mr. Debbie, would you like to take a question one by one, or do you want to collect some question and then answer later?
I think I can answer each question. I think it's better because yeah, so I can directly answer right for the first question.
Okay. Please offer to you, Mr. Debbie.
Okay, I think thank you for the good question. You mentioned about telemedicine from the midwifery students. I think as I mentioned before, one of my project is about evaluating the different type of intervention, especially digitally assisted intervention. I have found like several prior studies reported that some of telemedicine also quite significantly improving diabetes clinical outcome. So if you mention what is the the value I think is quite important. So especially when you talking about telemedicine, it's quite important. As I mentioned before, that the patient with diabetes have to take the medication regularly, have to take, have to have to monitor the blood glucose level regularly as well. So as a telemedicine, it's quite important the first one is to remind them to to do the appropriate diabetes management to them. Especially, I had experience in the some part of Indonesia to do the telemedicines. I know that in what's called it's a puskesmas. So sometimes they use the telemedicine to remind their diabetes management. For example, like to remind they have to take some medication. They have to go back to the puskesmas of healthcare professional to take medication and to evaluate regularly for their blood glucose control, such as fasting blood glucose or even SpA1C in the hospital. So I have to do somebody that using technology in supporting health education is really important, such as telemedicine, also help applications. So if we're talking about health application, recently I have noticed that a lot of company or a lot of non-profit provided some help mobile health applications. I think it's what okay you can choose whether the convenient for the you as the representative to provide health education to the patients. I think it's yes. I think it's good point. Thank you very much for the questions.
Guys, Siti Mariam Anyo, can you get it? Okay. Okay, next question. We have a question from a nursing student, also in our auditorium, is from Andika. Andika, over to you.
Thank you very much. I really enjoy about the material from Mr. Devi, but I mentioned about the material about talkings, diabetes self-education and programs. You know, this interface and this program is really innovative, but there is a lack of things. What happens if the patient is the older ones? Because we know all the therapeutic programs is going well with the younger patients. For the examples, my patient about 70 years old, and they just think about, I was sick for my entire life, I'm just going to die. So when these things happens, the education program is not going well. Then I'm asking is, what we gonna do about these patients? Because there is problems when we're gonna deliver these interventions. So like, I'm sorry, yeah, this is we put educations to the patients, but it's going well with the younger patients, but with the older one, it's not going well. I'm asking what we have to do about that, because we as a nurse really want that we patients is going to be healthy and well more. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, that's a great question from Andika. Over to you, Mr. Devi.
Okay, wow. Thank you for the wonderful question from the Mr. Andika from the nursing student of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. I think it's really important questions because you're talking about the age differences, right? So for the old type 2 type old patient with diabetes, also the young patient with diabetes. So as I mentioned before, we have to put in our mindset that each patient have the age difficulties. I think this is related to the age difference as well. So as my experience, so I think it's better if you do have education, maybe like in the puskesmas or in the clinic or in the hospital. So you have to have plan to make divided into two programs. So the first one, health education to the young people with diabetes, and the second part you have to only invite the old patient with diabetes, because not only that, in addition you have to make the comprehensive way, because you know the old patient with diabetes sometimes they have a different they have another disease, not only diabetes, sometimes they like the hypertensions or they have like strokes. Of course we need to more comprehensive treatment to them. So this is also the in related to delivering higher education to them. So and another point is about the families. So I had experience, if you know, sometimes if you're talking professionally into the old people is difficult. So maybe you can use like the non-formal ways if delivering to the old people itself. And the better in the slide also I mentioned that you have to include the families or the peers or the friends, especially for the old people with diabetes. So in the health education programs, I think the main point, yes, you have to include their families, so we can do open discussion to them. What is the best way in the best way to take action from the each difficulties for the old people patients. So if you're talking about technology, of course, we have to consider which the best technology to the old patient with diabetes. Sometimes I think the best way is about short message service. So maybe we can take action. Maybe we can collect the number for the families, so we can do like delivering short message service to them to remind to take medication or to manage the glucose control, especially to the old patient with diabetes. So I think that's all my experience. So thank you so much for the really important questions. I cannot hear your voice. I think you mute. Okay. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Can
Okay.
you hear my voice?
Yes, right now it's clear.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie, for your replays. Andika, how about you? Is it enough?
I'm really satisfied with these questions. So we use the family impacts to
Yes.
interface in the passion itself. Well, this is one of the best things that I heard about this day. Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, you are great student.
Okay, thank you, Andika. By the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Debbie. Can you stop your share screen because our committee will share several questions from the chat box. Thank you. Okay, maybe we will move to the participant who raised their hand. It's from Ahmad Chitro. Ahmad Chitro, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Ahmad Citro de Molino. I'm the fourth-year student of Environmental Sanitation Department, the Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie, I'm sorry. My father, based on my true story, my father is type 2 diabetic, and I strongly agree with your statement. Is optimal diabetes care is best achievement through collaboration between people with diabetes, their family member, and the healthcare teams that do adequate resource and motivation to work together. Because based on my personal experience, now my father is getting better and better and better, from the help to my family member to the healthcare members. My question is just a simple, is even through diabetes care is running optimally and healthcare teams, family and resource uh, already supportive. Why do some patients still have resistance to managing their disease? What are some the challenging that cause the remains recurrent to follow the treatment plan even the results are positive?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the main questions?
Uh, why do you some patients still show resistance to managing their disease? What are some the challenges that cause to remain regular to follow the treatment plan if the results too positive?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the question from the Ahmad Chitro, right? Also, my dad also the type 2 diabetes, so I'm same with you. So I think it's quite important question as well from you. You take about the resistance for the patients. So the first one, if we have to know that the diabetes is a chronic disease and need long-term management or long-term diabetes self management, and the family is quite important aspect in supporting the emotional and the adherence for the diabetes self management as well. Sometimes why the patient still assist to do the result is quite okay. So the first one, if you have if your father, for example, if your father got the good result for SPA for fasting blood glucose level, or SPA1C level is good, is called a diabetes remission, right? So if you want to stop or the medication, you have to discuss with the healthcare professionals, or with the especially with the physician, because sometimes even the patient with type 2 diabetes, they have the diabetes remission for fasting blood glucose or for SPA1C level, they still need to take medications. They still need to in addition to physical activity and also dietitians. So I think the best way if is discussing with your physician, even your the patient with diabetes have a good outcome is called diabetes remission. So I think it's quite my suggestion to you. So your diet is okay, right? The glucose.
Yeah, it's right.
Yes, but sometimes in the guideline I have read that sometimes if the 3 month during 3 month the patient that would have the good SPA1C, they can stop medication and continue with the only physical activity and healthy planning. It's okay, but less than 3 months, I think you still take medications. Yeah, sometimes we don't know the glycemic fluctuations for the patients. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Uh, okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Debbie, for the replays. Maybe any question from the audience on the auditorium? Okay, I think we have some participant. Okay, I think we move to question from the chat box. For number 1, we have question from Made Dewi Saryani from Dayanapura Bali University. The question is, I have an uncle who is diabetes, and he often said that he was bored of injecting insulin and following all the therapy, whether exercise or nutrition. How to provide motivation for self-awareness to be patient in following therapy? Thank you. Okay, over to you, Mr. Debbie.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, this is the interesting question from the Made Arisa Riani from Universitas of Dayapura, Bali. So, if talking about the boring of injecting insulin, so this actually if I don't know whether your uncle is type 1 or type 2 diabetes. So if type 1 diabetes, of course, you have to, it's a mandatory to get the insulin injection because the pancreas cannot produce the insulin. So, but if your uncle have a type 2 diabetes, I think the first one you have if they feel the insulin, they feel bored for to inject the insulin, the first one you have to discuss with the physician to change to the oral hypoglycemic agent, or we can take the oral instead of the insulins, the first one. And the second one, even the first one is they have to evaluate the blood glucose level, for example SPA1C level. So the patient sometimes they change the type of medication from the insulin and then move to the type the oral medication. The criteria is they have to the SPA1C is I think not too high. It's okay, but if still high, of course we have to do the motivation to continue to do the insulin injections. I think the best way is you can use the PSE, peer support educations, because sometimes the patient is if they meet the someone who have the same condition with them, so I think it's quite okay because they can support each other. So that's why sometimes in Puskesmas they have like a self the peer support program. So you can maybe the family can accompany your uncle to go to the hospital to to join the peer support education to get more to improve their motivation to get insulins. But I think the first one is maybe you can evaluate their blood glucose level, HbA1c first. If the is HbA1c not too high, yes, you can change to the oral. Also, of course, they tell to the nutrition and also exercise as well. Yeah, thank you. I can hear your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
it's fine right now.
Okay, Mr. Debbie, I think that is a last question for this discussion today
Okay, thank
because
you.
our time will be over. I'm so sorry for Mr. Debbie and for all the participants because this is so many unanswered question. I'm so sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally in the end of this seminar. Thank you so much, Mr. Debbie, for attending here with us. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to Mr. Debbie for your enlightening presentation, for the great graciously sharing the expertise with us, and thank you for being part of this first international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. We wish you success and we hope we can see you again.
Okay,
Maybe.
thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Debbie. Maybe for all the students in the auditorium, want to say hello to Mr. Debbie. Maybe the camera can shoot our participant.
Hello everyone.
Hello, Mr. Debbie.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Gorontalo of Health Polytechnic for having me and see you again. And yes, it's make me so glad because I can discuss with a great student today. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Debbie. And also, thank you for all the participants who join with our international conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic today. Before I close this discussion, I will give you all pantun again. Beli tomat di pasar Senen. Cakep. Thank you so much and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for all participants. Thank you Mr. Debbie. See you all. Terima kasih. Kamsahamnida. Arigatou gozaimasu. Kapkun. Over to you Mr. Fadli and Miss Atiaf. Thank you.
Okay, we would like to thank Mr. Debbie Syahrul Ramadlon for the very informative presentation, and also to Ms. Nanda Wahyudi who has guided this session well.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we proceed with today's agenda, it is my pleasure to introduce the third session. This session will focus on dietary habits for prevention of diabetes mellitus, which is one of critical aspects of our discussion. The topic will be delivered by Mr. Kornban-Hock, PhD, from University University Malaysia Sabah, who will be guided by Mrs. Raden Ayu Cahyaning Alam as moderator. Without any further ado, let us welcome the speaker and the moderator to take this session.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the third plenary lecture of the first International Conference of Gorontalo Health Polytechnic 2024 with the theme The Synergy of Multidisciplinary Approaches to Diabetes Mellitus Prevention and Management. My name is Ayu Cahyaning Alam and I will be serving as your moderator today. In this opportunity, we have Mr. Korban Hok, PhD. Hello, Mr. Kor.
Hello.
Thank you for accepting our invitation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I have few housekeeping notes. Today's session is being recorded to be available for the viewing post-conference. If you have any question for the presenter to answer after this session, please use the chat feature or you can use raise hand feature in this Zoom webinar. If you have any technical question, please reach out directly to me via chat box. The presenter today will have a total of 60 minutes for presentation. If the presenter completes the presentation before 60 minutes, there may be time for a question from attendees. However, we would hold most questions until the end of the session, and I will then read questions out loud for the presenters to answer as time permits. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing a presentation from Dr. Korban Hok, a senior lecturer and registered dietitian from Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition, University Malaysia Sabah, on this very timely subject. But before we get started, I want to take a few minutes of your time to briefly introduce the third speaker of this conference. Allow me to share screen. Well, so our third speaker is Korban Hok, PhD. He's from University Malaysia Sabah. He completed his Bachelor Honors in Dietetics, Faculty of Health Science, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, and also he achieved PhD in Dietetic, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Now he's a senior lecturer of Faculty of Food Science and Nutrition in University Malaysia Sabah, and there are some of his experiences in some faculty. And then he has many publications, 44, and many citations, and then Age Index 13. He also has a peer-reviewed journal for 13 total. He has already conducted the research in some of the interesting topic in regard to some of diabetic, investing the impact of dietary guidelines transition on cardiometabolic risk profile of forensic analysis using diet quality metric, and also nutritional status and dietary fatty acid intake among children from low-income households in Sabah, a cross-sectional study, and many other researches. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now please welcome Dr. Korban Hok, who will be speaking to us on dietary habits for prevention of diabetes mellitus. Over to you, Mr. Kor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ayu, for the very kind introduction. And first and foremost, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing committee for the invitation. So, okay. So let me share my screen. Is the screen, are you able to view the screen from me?
Yes, we can see the
All right.
screen.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Once again, very, very honored that I have the opportunity to share with you a little bit of the information for dietary habits for prevention of diabetes mellitus. I really wish to thank the previous speaker for highlighting the prevalence of diabetes worldwide. It's actually in the increasing trend. So, and we always believe that prevention is better than cure. So hopefully today I will be able to share some of the insights related to dietary habits for the prevention of diabetes mellitus, which could be taken into consideration by relevant stakeholder or policymakers in shaping the dietary guidelines to help lower the prevalence or incidence of diabetes in the country. So as we know that there are various risk factors for type 2 diabetes mellitus, from age, having a family history, certain ethnicity, like in Malaysia, we see more incidents of diabetes among the Indian as well as the Malay. For women who had gestational diabetes during their pregnancy also put them at higher risk of getting type 2 diabetes mellitus. On my session this morning, I will focus on modifiable risk factors for age, family history, or ethnicity. We know that these are non-modifiable risk factors. So let's focus on things that we can do about. For example, overweight and obesity that we know is highly associated with diabetes, being sedentary, and the food, which is our diet. So let me begin with overweight and obesity. So I would like to share with you the information on my slides. It's actually taken from the Standards of Care in Diabetes 2025 from the American Diabetes Association. So as you, just to let you know that every year, the American Diabetes Association will release a Standards of Care. So this standard of care provides the most comprehensive and the latest information about the management of diabetes. And part of it, which is within my interest, will be on the nutrition or the diet. So for individuals with overweight or obesity, and they are at high risk of having type 2 diabetes, referring to an intensive lifestyle behavior change program to achieve and maintain a weight reduction of at least 7% of initial body weight. So the magic number is 7%. So if we have someone coming to the clinic at the weight of 60 kg, and this person happened to be at overweight or obese, so 7% of the 60 kg, around 4 to 5 kg weight loss is highly recommended. And how do we achieve the 7% of weight reduction? Through a healthy, reduced calorie diet, as well as alongside with moderate intensity physical activity, at least 150 minutes per week. So this moderate intensity physical activity can include as simple as brisk walking. So it is something that is quite achievable despite the busy schedule, just like all of us. So the rationale behind of this diabetes prevention program is based on randomized control trial that were conducted many, many years back. And I will say one of the landmark trial is the diabetes prevention program, which is conducted to evaluate the two different interventions for diabetes prevention. So there are more than 3,000 participants in this study, and they were randomized into either receiving a standard lifestyle recommendation with metformin, standard lifestyle recommendation with placebo, or intensive program lifestyle modification that aim to achieve and maintain 7% weight reduction through a healthy, low energy and low fat diet, engage in moderate intensity physical activity for 150 minutes per week. And for me, essentially, it's behavior modification. We always emphasize on weight loss or weight management through achieving negative energy balance by consuming less energy and exercising more. But in order to assist our clients or patients, behavioral modification is essential to promote lifestyle modification. So we can see that over 4 years, there were significant more weight reduction in the group that was assigned to the intensive program of lifestyle modification. And And when it comes to the incidence of diabetes, we also can observe that those participants assigned to the lifestyle group has a much lower incidence as compared to the group that only received the standard lifestyle recommendations. Similarly, the Finnish diabetes prevention study also carry out quite similar study to look into the effectiveness of lifestyle intervention to reduce the incidence of type 2 diabetes. And this study involved around 500 over participants for up to around 7 years. Again, the principles are quite similar. Weight reduction, reduce energy. In this study, particularly, is from fat and more specifically from saturated fat, increase more fiber and increase physical activity level. And we can see that there are actually more people in the intervention group are free from diabetes as compared to the control group up to 7 years. So the incidence of diabetes only is 23% in those participants who adhere to the intervention as compared to the 38%. So we can see there's about 15% reduction in the prevalence, in the incidence of diabetes between these two groups. And in China, the Daqing Diabetes Prevention Study also observed that dietary intervention to promote weight loss in overweight and obese individual, reduce simple carbohydrate and alcohol intake, as well as increased time spent on activity. And with a follow-up up to 23 years, there remains a much lower proportion of participants in the intervention group actually having diabetes as compared just to the control group. So when it comes to prevention or delay of diabetes, particularly for those with overweight and obese, weight loss is highly recommended. 7% is the magic number, but if it's possible, we always can promote weight loss up to 10%. So this weight loss is recommended to be gradually from around 0.45 kg to 0.9 through nutrition, through dietary modification. We reduce energy intake from between 500 and 1,000 calories per day. So that is to help to promote deficit and energy. For this purpose, there's no specific recommendation on the macronutrient distribution, whether should we give a low carbs, a low fat diet. The ideal proportion of the 3 macronutrients will very much depend on the individual as well as the judgment from the healthcare providers involving in this dietary intervention for patients. Of course, we know that nutrition alone may not be able to promote long-term weight management. So physical activity up to 150 minutes per week, as well as reduced sedentary activities have been recommended for the prevention or the delay on the onset of diabetes. So we have mentioned about a very general idea about reducing energy, reducing body weight, increasing physical activity. So for this session, I wish to share a little bit on the information of certain food groups that have association with risk of diabetes mellitus. So first, I will share about rice, because rice is staple food, I believe, in Indonesia as well as in Malaysia, or in generally the Asian population. So I wish to share with you this recent systematic review to compare the risk of type 2 diabetes associated with white rice as well as brown rice. So in this systematic review, so they have found 18 cohort study. So 15 cohort study have looked into the effect of rice consumption and risk with diabetes, and the other 3 were cohorts on brown rice. So let's look at the effects or the association between white rice and the risk of diabetes. So you can focus on the forest plot on your left. So based on the pool effect, if you look at the random effect, so that's demonstrate an increased risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus with more white rice consumption. On the other hand, the 3 cohort studies have shown that brown rice consumption is associated with reduced risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus. So for white rice, it's like it is about 16% higher risk. For rice intake, about 300 grams. So 300 grams is approximately about 6 exchanges. So an additional of 158 grams per day is actually associated with 13% more higher risk. For brown rice, the risk reduction is about 11%, and for every 15 grams of brown rice is associated with 13% lower risk of type 2 diabetes. So we know that white rice undergo the milling process to remove the bran, whereby this process is not for brown rice. And we must acknowledge that this bran, the outer layer of bran, contains various of phytochemicals, vitamins, minerals, essential fatty acids, and dietary fiber. So it has been suggested that these nutrients within the bran also play a protective role in reducing the risk of type 2 diabetes. And we know that when the fiber being undergone fermentation by gut microbiota, it has leads to the production of short-chain fatty acid, which has been shown to improve insulin resistance. And lastly, dietary fibers actually is foods that are high in dietary fibers are lower in glycemic index and glycemic load. So these are some proposed mechanism. How does brown rice lead to a much lower risk of diabetes, whereas the white rice carry a higher risk with diabetes? So we move on to the next food group, which is sugar-sweetened beverages. So actually, this study would like to know the risk of type 2 diabetes with the consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages, artificially sweetened beverages, as well as fruit juices. So, but for this presentation, I will focus only on the sugar-sweetened beverages. So this study also included around 21 cohort studies. But specifically for sugar-sweetened beverages, they only looked into 17 studies. So after they have pulled together the relative risk of type 2 diabetes with the SSP consumption and adjusting for the adiposity, we can see that the higher consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages by 1 serving per day was associated with an 13% increased risk of type 2 diabetes. We know that sugar-sweetened beverages contain sugar, which is high in calorie, and it always, when consumed in excess, would promote adiposity or leads to weight gain. So that is one of the risk factors for type 2 diabetes. But for aside with the effects on the adiposity, sugar is also high in GI, which lead to rapid rise in the blood sugar levels. And fructose that is present in sugar promotes hepatic lipogenesis and insulin resistance. So in the Western countries, you may commonly see sodas as their main primary source of sugar-sweetened beverages. But in Asia, like in Malaysia, we have a lot of very trendy boba milk tea, and our local traditional favorite drink, tea, has been added with a lot of condensed sweetened creamer as well as sugar. So these are the common source of sugar consumption in the population, and always studies have shown that the population has exceeded the recommended sugar consumption. And the next food group I wish to share with you would be the meat consumption. So this is a very interesting meta-analysis because the author actually included individual data from 31 cohort study that is part of their project. So you can look into the map, and most of the cohort actually are from the Western countries. You have a few from Japan, China, as well as Singapore involved in the study. But I just wish to let you know that most of these cohorts are not within the Asian region. So we have to interpret the result with cautious when we're trying to translate it into our population. So it's a very busy slide here. I mean, the figure shows to compare 3 different type of meat, which is on the left is unprocessed red meat. In the middle, there's a processed meat, and on the right is poultry. So, and the author trying to look into the risk based on different regions. So, and I will just summarize for you based on the meta-analysis that the greater consumption of each 3 types of meat, so whether it's processed meat, unprocessed red meat, or poultry, is associated with increased incidence of type 2 diabetes. So for the unprocessed meat, the risk will be 10% for 100 gram consumption. For unprocessed red meat, for unprocessed red meat is 10% for 100 gram. For processed meat is 15% per 50 gram, whereas for poultry is 8% per 100 gram per day. So the study have done the substitutional analysis, and it shows that if replace processed meat with unprocessed red meat or poultry, also can lead to a reduction in the risk of type 2 diabetes. So what could be the possible link? Because conventionally, we only focus on carbohydrate food when we discuss about diabetes mellitus, but meat generally is a source of protein and fat. So how would it link with incidence of diabetes mellitus? So the authors trying to suggest a few potential mechanisms. First is the saturated fat. Studies have shown that if we replace saturated fat with polyunsaturated fat, it will lead to improvement in the insulin resistance. And compared to plant protein, animal protein generally is associated with a little bit increased risk of the diabetes. And the compound trimethylamine N oxide, as well as the N-nitrosol compounds that is derived from the nitrates generally added in processed meat, as well as the grilling of meat leads to generation of the advanced glycation end products, actually promotes oxidative stress. So this could be the reason why it is associated with increased risk of diabetes. And lastly is the iron content, because we know red meat is a good source of iron, and study has shown that excessive iron may be associated with increased risk of diabetes. So the next food group I would like to focus would be on milk and dairy products. So this study actually is summarizing various systematic reviews and meta-analysis. So it is not the authors who conduct it, but rather is a review of the existing evidence. So to summarize, there is inverse associations between type 2 diabetes with dairy product consumption, particularly on the low-fat dairy products or low-fat milk or yogurt. So the potential mechanism would be the vitamins and minerals that are available in the dairy, which possess protective effects on reducing the risk of diabetes mellitus. So next, fruits and vegetables. This study has included 23 cohort studies to look into the effect of individual vegetable or with fruits or in combination. So when they compare the high versus low intake of fruits and vegetable, there is a increase. There's a reduction in the risk of diabetes. When they focus only fruits alone, the similar effect is observed. However, when the authors only look into study evaluating the vegetable intake alone, the pool analysis doesn't show significant reduced risk of type 2 diabetes. But overall, the evidence is rather weak to demonstrate an association. Particularly, it focuses only on fruits, but not so much on the vegetables. So we know that fruits and vegetables are food groups with dietary fiber, which we have discussed about the impact on dietary fiber on the glycemic control. And fruits and vegetables are also excellent sources of antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and phytochemicals. And one potential mechanism that how can consume more fruits and vegetables can reduce the risk of diabetes, which through reduce the adiposity, which means people who generally consume more fruits and vegetables may tend to be not being overweight and obese. So lastly, I will share about another group of protein, which is fish. But in this study, this is from the UK Biobank cohort study that the authors compare the intake of oily fish as well as non-oily fish, looking at the frequency of consumption, whether it's never consumed, less than 1 serving per week, 1 serving per week, or more than 2 servings per week. So when the authors compare participants who never consume any oily fish against those who at least do consume oily fish, there's a significant risk reduction in terms of the type 2 diabetes. However, if you focus only on non-oily fish consumption, there is no significant reduction, significant association with lower risk. So the study only suggests that consumption of oily fish is having favorable effects when it is linked with the incidence of diabetes. So we're trying to put together all these food groups that I have shared just now. So the green color means that there is evidence to suggest that these foods are protective, and whereby the red color is showing that consuming this food in excess actually are associated with increased risk of type 2 diabetes. So that include white rice, sugar-sweetened beverages, red meat and processed meat, whereby brown rice, fruits and vegetables, low-fat dairy, as well as oily fish has shown the opposite effect. But when we discuss nutrition and diet, it's important to focus not only a single food, because we generally do not consume single food, but we rather consume patterns of different food groups. And different food groups, they may have synergistic effect when it is associated with health benefits. So on the next session, I will share with you about some studies on dietary patterns and the risk of type 2 diabetes. So first, I would like to discuss about Mediterranean diet. This is a very popular diet that's originated from the Mediterranean coastal region. So this diet emphasizes a lot of plant-based foods and healthy fats. This diet would recommend increased consumption of fruits and vegetables, whole grains, extra virgin olive oil, fish or seafoods, lentils and legumes. Poultry and eggs low-fat dairy can be consumed within the recommended amount and to reduce red meat and sweets. So conventionally, people will associate Mediterranean diet with cardiovascular disease. But recently, there is evidence to suggest that this Mediterranean diet does also possess protective effect against type 2 diabetes mellitus. So the first study is from the Predimed trial. So this study have actually assigned participants into receiving Mediterranean diet with extra virgin olive oil, or Mediterranean diet with nuts, or just a low-fat diet control group. So on your right, the survival curve have shown that the incidence of diabetes is much lower in those receiving Mediterranean diet versus the control group. But it is remembered to highlight that this study actually involved participants who are mainly older persons with high cardiovascular risk. So a systematic review has actually tried to pull together data from the randomized control trial as well as from various cohort study to examine the adherence to a Mediterranean diet, whether it will actually associated with a much lower risk of diabetes. So not surprisingly, so you can see that based on the pool analysis, adherence to a Mediterranean diet is associated with 19% reduced risk of diabetes. So here are some proposed effects. How does Mediterranean diets that actually have protective effect on type 2 diabetes? So basically, it focuses on the key ingredients that we actually have discussed just now, including fruits and vegetables, cereals, nuts, legumes, some extra virgin olive oil, and wine in particular. So these food components within these dietary patterns does have impact on improving glycemic control, reducing adiposity, and reducing oxidative stress as well as inflammation. And through all these actions, it actually helps to lower the risk of diabetes. The next would be DASH diet, which is a dietary approach to stop hypertension, initially designed as a means to help controlling blood pressure. And the diet is not too different from the Mediterranean diet, but it's just that DASH diet has much lower fat content as compared to Mediterranean diet, which focus on more healthy fat. So there is some recommendation in terms of the serving size for grains, meat, poultry, and fish. And we can see that DASH diet has recommended at least 4 to 5 servings of fruits and vegetables per day, inclusive of low-fat diet as well as fat-free diet. But the diet needs to be is a bit more restrictive when it comes to the fat and oils, as well as sodium and sweets. So again, this is a very recent meta-analysis that included 15 studies to evaluate the risk of diabetes mellitus with adherence to the DASH diet. So the study has shown that with the adherence of DASH diet, it is associated with 18% reduced risk of diabetes mellitus. And lastly, the next dietary pattern would be plant-based dietary pattern. So plant-based dietary pattern focuses on reducing or totally eliminate the consumption of animal products. So a vegetarian or vegan diet is part of plant-based diet, but not all plant-based diet are vegetarian or vegan diet. So we know that plant-based diets are associated with multiple health benefits, including lower risk of overweight and obesity, cardiovascular disease. And a few years back, meta-analysis of 7 cohort studies have shown that for adhering to a plant-based diet is actually associated with about 23% reduced risk of diabetes mellitus. So what I have shared in the previous studies, they are mainly based on a priori dietary pattern. So this dietary pattern is based on the existing knowledge about the relationships between food, nutrients, and disease. So because these dietary patterns, it is believed that a certain food components actually are associated with lower risk. So they develop a scoring system or an index to assess the level of adherence to this pattern or recommendation. So a common example would be the healthy eating index. They also have like a Mediterranean diet score as well as a DASH. So by knowing whether this person is consuming the specific food component for the on the recommendation for the diet, they will assign a certain score. So the higher the score the participant receive, it shows that this person has greater adherence to the dietary pattern. But when we talk about a priori dietary patterns like Mediterranean diet, DASH, even plant-based diet, we need to consider our local culture when we want to introduce these dietary patterns to our population, especially in Asian countries, even in Malaysia. Getting my patients to follow a Mediterranean diet or a DASH diet is not something that's much straightforward, because culturally we do not consume those recommended food groups. So what I would like to share with you is another dietary pattern known as a posteriori dietary pattern. So this dietary pattern is not based on any existing known dietary pattern, but rather we're trying to understand the types of the food groups that interconnected consumed by population in that particular population. So usually it's derived via statistical analysis like principal component analysis, as well as reduced rank regression. So we want to know within this population, what kind of dietary pattern are being consumed, and which dietary pattern may be associated with benefits. So I share with you about a study from our neighboring country, Singapore, which the Singapore Chinese Health Study. So they derive 2 dietary patterns from the population. So first is vegetable, fruits, and soy dietary patterns. So you can see that participants with this dietary pattern, they generally consume a lot of fruits and vegetables as well as soy product. On the other hand, another group of participants are actually following dim sum, which is a kind of food that Chinese people consume with meat and meat dietary pattern. So for example, like siumai, some steamed snack or gravy noodles, chicken rice, and otak-otak. So this group of people are in the dim sum and meat dietary pattern. So this dietary pattern is reflecting local foods that the population is consuming. And when the author compared the vegetable, fruits, and soy dietary pattern among non-smoker, those at the quartile 5 have actually much lower risk compared to those at quartile 1. So it's a quintile 1. Whereas for the dim sum and mid dietary pattern, those in quintile 5 has an increased risk of diabetes. So based on all these dietary patterns, regardless is from the air prairie, the Mediterranean, the plant-based or the DASH, or the posteriori, which is the vegetable, fruits, and soy dietary patterns, they all come in some similarity and some commons in the food groups, which is generally very high in fruits and vegetable, more plant proteins, more whole grains and less refined cereals, and low in red meat and processed meat. So it's not surprisingly, as we discuss individually, we know that certain food groups are associated with increased risk of diabetes, while the other are associated with a lower risk. So we do not have to actually exactly follow the dietary pattern if it is not culturally acceptable in your population, but we could consider to incorporate certain food groups that are known to associated with a lower risk of diabetes. So when we're putting all together about all the evidence from all these studies, so for those who are overweight and obese, reducing body weight 7 to 10% is highly recommended. Engage in physical activity 150 minutes per week for moderate intensity physical activity. And what should be on our plate? So focus more on whole grains, much lesser refined grains. For proteins, limit red or processed meats, prioritize oily fish or plant proteins. Another half of the plate should be fruits and vegetables. And lastly would be consumption of low-fat dairy or yogurt. So this would be able to help to reduce the risk of type 2 diabetes mellitus. So I think with that, I will end my sharing session. And if you have any questions, if I'm able to answer, I will happy to answer. Thank you very much.
So now it's time for discussion. So for all the participants who have questions, please. Oh yeah. So we have so we have one person. Please, Nisa Ramadhani Ayadi.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Korban Kok.
Good afternoon.
I would like to ask a question regarding your presentation. How do the bioactive components and fermentation process in specific dairy products, such as low-fat milk and yogurt, contribute to the reduced risk of type 2 diabetes, and what mechanism differentiates their protective effect compared to other low-fat or total dairy products?
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Nisa, for the questions. So basically, the exact mechanism is unknown yet, but based on what has been suggested would be the all the nutrients composition in the dairy products, such as calcium, magnesium, and even the type of proteins. But whether it is a low fat or versus high fat, from what I've known so far, that actually more evidence is favoring low fat dairy versus high fat dairy when it's come to the association with much reduced risk of diabetes. And the fermentation part, which is very much favoring the consumption of yogurt, I must say that the exact mechanism, I'm not very clear about that as well. But from the evidence, it is shown that the consumption of yogurt does contribute to a much lower risk of diabetes.
Thank you.
Is that clear enough, Nisa? Okay, thank you. Dr. Kaur, you may stop the screen because the committee will share the questions from the participants. Please the committee to present the questions. So we have the question from Agus Unri. So he has 3 questions. The first is, how does the timing and distribution of macronutrient intakes across meal impacts postprandial glucose level and insulin sensitivity in individual at risk for type 2 diabetes? And the second one is, to what extent do plant-based diet rich in legumes, whole grains, and vegetables alter metabolic pathways related to the insulin resistance compared to diet high in animal-derived protein? And the third is, how does the intake of specific polyphenol, flavonoids, resveratrol from food like berries, green tea, and dark chocolate influence insulin signaling pathways and the prevention of type 2 diabetes? Please, Dr. Kaur, I offer to you.
All right, thank you very much. Basically, we will do one by one. For the first one, is about the timing and the distribution. So basically, there is one study that shows that actually cutting down a little bit of carbohydrate and giving a little bit more proteins as well as a little bit healthy fat. All right, healthy fat basically from more vegetable sources has been shown to be associated with a modest reduced risk of diabetes. But looking at the postprandial glucose level and insulin, so some feeding trials have suggested that the sequence of consuming foods by having fiber first, followed by proteins, and the lastly carbs does have an impact on the postprandial glucose levels. So that will be to answer the first one. There will be some sequence on the types of macronutrient consumption, and when it comes to the distribution in terms of the acceptable macronutrient distribution range, there's no specific, but a little bit lesser carbs from refined carbs or sugar is definitely recommended to replace with more whole grains products. So most of the plant-based diets, they offer mechanism, the metabolic pathway in terms of reducing the risk of diabetes. From what I know, mainly is through reduce the inflammation, reduce oxidative stress, because all these phytochemicals actually generate antioxidant and do possess anti-inflammatory process. So for the third one, I must apologize that I'm not very sure, so I do not wish to answer something that I'm not clear in terms of the insulin signaling pathway. So probably I can have a look from more of the preclinical studies to trying to explore any specific components from these foods that will actually have impact on the insulin sensitivity or the process involved.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur. So for the third question, it needs to be explored more. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have a person here who has questions. Please, the committee to show. Yeah, so we have our students in this auditorium, sir. Is the committee help us to present?
Okay, thank you. My name is Fauzia Ladawi Umar. Okay, I'm from the Gorontalo Ministry of Health Polytechnic, majoring in midwifery. My question is, are the specific micronutrients that need to be limited or monitored in effort to prevent or delay diabetes in older adults? If so, what are the recommendations to their implementation? Thank you.
Thank you. If I understand it correctly, do you mean any specific micronutrients?
Yes, specific macronutrient that need to be limited in older.
In elderly,
older
sorry, may I just
adults.
clarify? Is it micronutrient or other nutrients? Okay. For adults, I'm not familiar with handling adult cases. So, but generally, when it comes to adult cases, we still, if I am not mistaken, we still follow much the same macronutrient distribution, but probably we will emphasize a little bit in terms of looking at whether they have any underlying other illnesses. So I assume here is an elderly case without diabetes or with diabetes. So if it's without diabetes, we pretty much follow the same recommendation for the general guidelines when it comes to the prevention. But for an adult patient with diabetes, we very much need to be individualizing because they are at much higher risk of having hypoglycemia. So probably when it comes to the distribution of the carbohydrate, the matching of the carbohydrate with the anti-diabetic medication or insulin need to be focused to avoid the risk of hypoglycemia among this elderly population. And we will actually also look into the protein prescription, how much protein, depending on the kidney function of the patients. So I would say it's very much need to be individualized.
Well, thank you very much. So it needs to be individualized. Well, we still have one more. Yeah. Please. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Carr. About curious about this morning mastery about talking about habits. It's opposite that I asking for the first times for this innovation of the older ones about diabetes. But as a youngsters, we really had to control the habits to consume the sweetness, such as maybe if you know a Starbucks or maybe the sweets things that we eat in day like as a mornings. I as a youngster maybe we got milk at home or not milk. We got a coffee that contains some sugar, lot of sugar, maybe 22 grams. I'm gonna asking the best way we as a youngster to prevent the developing diabetes mellitus because we just low. Okay, so the main question is, it's really hard as a youngsters to end their habits from consuming a lot of sugars. What is the best way that you can teach to us to prevent? Because a lot of students in Polytechnic Gorontalo have a really busy student work. So they consume a lot of sugars to make sure they are stay awake. Maybe they want, I'm gonna just go get a drinks. It contains some sugars in the mornings and after the afternoons. They're saying, I'm gonna just get a lot of snack. It's also contain the sugar. So if you're talking about the habits, the youngster one is really get easy. I think so. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Andika. Well,
Thank
please.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. It is a very practical question. So all my students, when they come to my lecture, everyone will be holding a cups of sugar sweetened beverages. So I believe that importantly is for the student to differentiate between hunger and craving. Most of the time for the sugary drink, it is about craving. So when we are going to lack of energy, when we are hunger, that we are not getting enough food. But a lot of the time, it is more to satisfy the craving for the sweet. So usually that's the first thing I usually share with my patients when it's come to, uh, the ability to control the consumption of certain foods, especially those sweets that really, really help them to give them relief temporarily from the stress. So differentiate between craving and hunger, depending whether they feel they truly need that. And in order for them to do that, they require motivation. So sometimes we do give CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, to help people to modify their lifestyle because it's not something that's easily done. So CBT has been shown to be able to help people to lose weight. So it is something that can be implemented as part of the medical nutrition therapy provided to patients with type 2 diabetes or patients with obesity and overweight at risk of type 2 diabetes.
And cravings. Well, we still have 10 minutes for discussion. Please, if you have questions. Okay. So the next question is from Made Dewi Saryani from Bali. I would like to ask, can all fruits and vegetables be consumed by diabetes patients, or are there fruits that should not be consumed? Thank you. Please, I offer to you.
Thank you very much. So from our practice, let's talk about fruits first. So for fruits, there is no restriction in terms of the type, but rather it's about the portion. So we just need to make sure that the patient do not consume excessive amount, especially for the seasonal fruits like in Malaysia. When it's a durian season, then we have a lot of admissions in the hospital because of diabetic ketoacidosis. So that's number one. For the vegetables, we will categorize them as whether they are starchy vegetable or non-starchy vegetable. So for starchy vegetable, it has to be counted in terms of the content of the carbohydrate. So they can't simply consume it without measuring the portion size that's not exceeding the recommended carbohydrate. Whereas for non-starchy vegetable, generally we will recommend around 3 servings per day. So one serving is around half cup of cooked vegetable or 1 cup of raw or uncooked vegetable. So these are non-starchy vegetable. They can be some leafy vegetables, as well as some fruit vegetable like cucumber or some or like brinjals. That's fine for them to consume.
Move to the last questions. 4 questions. Maybe you can make it a simple answer. The first is, what is the relationship between low carbohydrates diets and improved insulin sensitivity for individuals at high risk of developing type 2 of diabetes? And the second is, can intermittent fasting or time restricted eating contribute to the prevention of diabetes mellitus by modulating insulin secretion and reducing visceral fat? And the third is, how does meal timing and frequency influence circadian rhythms and glucose homeostasis, and what is its relevance to diabetes prevention? And the last is, what is the impact of ultra-processed food consumption on the risk of type 2 diabetes, and what dietary changes can mitigate these risks? For you.
Thank you very much. So basically for the first one, that low carbohydrate diet has been shown to actually improve glycemic control. for individuals with diabetes mellitus, and even for those at risk of diabetes mellitus, the low carbohydrate diets have been shown to associated with modest reduction risk in diabetes mellitus. But I think the definition of low carbohydrate is agreed by everyone, because some will like a certain percentage of total energy to define it as low carbohydrate diets. So, but when we reduce carbohydrate, we often also have to reduce food groups like whole grains, fruits, dairy, which are also source of various nutrients such as vitamins, minerals, fibers, and all the phytochemicals. So the relationship would be consuming lesser carbohydrate does reduce the glycemic load, but also going too low will inevitably reduce the overall nutrients intake, especially those essential nutrients. So my suggestion would be, instead of focusing beside cutting down the portion, it will be good to look into the type of carbohydrate, focusing those whole grains and reducing those refined carbohydrates or sugar-sweetened beverages. For the second questions, what I am aware is the intermittent fasting does actually help to reduce body weight. But whether it is specifically from visceral fat, I'm not too sure about that, so I can't comment about that. And whether it has effects on modulating insulin also, I am not very sure about this process. So probably I would need to find out before I could share back with the committee about, is there any research on this area? Similarly, the circadian rhythms and glucose homeostasis, not within what I'm actually researching right now. So again, I do not want to provide some answers that I'm not confident that is going to be correct. The last one is, yes, thank you for raising that questions that I have not included in my presentation, but the consumption of the ultra processed food does increase the risk of type 2 diabetes. So I think the dietary changes that we always ask the patients, if they wish to actually reduce the consumption of ultra processed food, if the situation allow that, they have the facilities to prepare the food at home, so then they would have the ability to control what goes into the plate. So that is something that we can actually do about it. If they have the ability to prepare food themselves, if they have to eat out, then choosing the right foods, go for more fresh produce rather than this ultra processed food would be much helpful. Not only reduce the risk of this type 2 diabetes, I believe that ultra processed food has been linked to various adverse health outcomes. So that's very much recommended to go for more fresh and less processed food products.
Here to prevent the diabetes mellitus type 2. The first is we need to reduce body weight 70 till 10% if overweight or obese, and then we need to be physically active approximately 150 minutes every week, and high consumption in fruits, in vegetables, more plant proteins, more whole grains, and less refined cereal, and low in red meat and processed meat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was very insightful explanation for all of us today in this third plenary lecture. We would like to express our highest appreciation to you, Dr. Kaur, for fulfilling this third plenary lecture. We hope that you always be success in every activity to achieve your goal or career in the future. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all enough for the third plenary session. For Mr. Kaur, if you have another activity, you may continue. Thank you very much. I close the session. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, on behalf of everyone here, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Kon Van Hoch, PhD, for delivering such an insightful and engaging presentation. And also, we would like to express our appreciation to Mrs. Raden Ayu for skillfully guiding today's session and ensuring everything runs smoothly.
Thank you for staying with us. Insightful conference. As we move forward, it is my pleasure to introduce our fourth speaker of the day, Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani from Queen's Belfast University, United Kingdom, who will be delivered topic about microarray patches as a versatile technology for transdermal drug delivery. Now I would like to invite our moderator, Ms. Hartati, to guide this session. For the speaker and moderator, time is yours.
Cek 1 2 3. Cek.
Okay, thank you,
Cek.
MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
The Honorable Director of Polytechnic Kemenkes Gorontalo, the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to welcome you all to this conference, both those who can attend in person at Polytechnic Kemenkes Gorontalo's auditorium or those who attend virtually via Zoom cloud meeting. Also, welcome to Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani from Queen's University, Belfast, UK. Thank you for being with us today, Doctor. Even though it's only virtually, we hope that in the future we can meet in person with you to gain knowledge from you, Doctor. I'm Hartati, the moderator who will guide this session. Good morning, Doctor. Am I right? That it is still morning there, Doctor? Oh, if I may ask, what time is it in UK now, Doctor?
Yes, that's absolutely right. Now it's like almost 5 a.m. in the morning. Yeah.
It's still very early there. Thank you for your kind to join with us here, Doctor. How do you do? And how can I call you Dr. Konita or Dr. Anjani?
Okay. Well, it's my pleasure to be here, to be invited as a keynote speaker here. Yes, so you can call me Konita, it's fine.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. We can't wait to receive the knowledge, which will certainly be very interesting from you. However, before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce our great speaker today. She is Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani, studied for her PhD at the School of Pharmacy, Queen's University, Belfast, UK from 2018 to 2020. Then from 2021 until now, she has had a career at her alma mater, namely as a research assistant and postdoctoral research fellow. Allow me to share my screen about your curriculum vitae. Sorry. Okay. Okay, is it has been seen at your screen, Doctor? Okay. Okay, and then in addition, she is also a lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Megariski University, Indonesia, and an adjunct professor honorary at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Erlangga University, Indonesia. Am I right, Doctor? Oh, what a very busy career. She is also active in research, so she has many scientific works, including being one of the authors of the book chapter specialized pharmaceutical formulation, the science and technology of dosage form, with a chapter on transdermal drug delivery published by the Royal Society of Chemistry. If you look at almost of her scientific works are related to pharmaceutical preparation technology, so we can assume that her specialty is related to pharmaceutical preparation technology. All right, doctor, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome our great speaker today to deliver the presentation with title Microarray Patches as a Versatile Technology for Transdermal Drug Delivery. And before your presentation, doctor, allow me to inform you that the time provided by the committee for presentation and Q&A are approximately 1 hour. And well, Dr. Konita, time is yours.
Okay, I hope that my slides is okay there. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone in Gorontalo or in Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, so I'm here. I feel very honored to be here as a keynote speaker to share to all of you about my research about the field that I focus on at the moment. And yeah, so yeah, I feel very honored. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So today, as I understand from the schedule that have been given to me, that you have received all the amazing lectures from previous keynote speakers related to the diabetes itself. So now, in my part, I will explain, or I will not explain actually, it's just share about how the pharmaceutical technology basically works in the diabetes treatment at the moment. And that's why my presentation will be more or less about why and how we need to use microneedle array patches for the diabetes treatment. So maybe some of you are confused, where is Belfast actually? So yeah, basically here is the map of our universities. So here is basically we based in Northern Ireland, and actually it's part of the Ireland, but administrative based on the administrative thing, it's part of the UK basically. So yeah, that's the thing. So whenever people ask me where are you now, I said I'm in UK, because yeah, basically I'm in UK, but actually I'm in Northern Ireland. So here's our campus, our university in Belfast. So everyone is very welcome to come here as a visiting research, or maybe just for some site. You are very welcome. Just let me know if you are here in Belfast. Well, just for some introduction, whenever Ibu Zofia contact me and ask if I'm okay, if I be a keynote speaker for this conference, I was like, yes, 100% sure I want to be in, because I don't know, I just have emotional bonding with Gorontalo. My late dad was born in Gorontalo, and I spent my 3 years, my amazing 3 years in Insan Cendekia Gorontalo. So here's my picture with my friends. And yeah, so that's why I don't know, it's just I have special bond with Gorontalo until now. That's why I say yes, I want to be in. Yeah, so I'm glad to meet you all, everyone here, even though it's by online, but yeah, I'm so happy to be here. Okay, so back to the topic. How far are we now in the advancement of diabetes treatment? So basically, as we know that currently the available treatment for the diabetes is insulin and or anti-diabetics, but it's most of them available in the oral dosage form. So how is the thing? So okay, firstly we will discuss about insulin therapy first. So as we know that insulin therapy mostly delivered using pen, like subcutaneous pen. So this is the pen and it has the needles or catheter there, so it can, like, whenever we need to inject the dose of insulin, we need to put in the, like, in the abdomen or in any subcutaneous area to deliver the insulin there. However, this kind of delivery related to a painful application. So you know that people is needle phobia. So even whenever they heard about needle, it's just like something scary, something like they don't want to touch it. They want to talk. They don't want to talk about it. But then this kind of things is really scary for some people, for some population, for sure. And also, this kind of approach, there is a possibility that the skin infection could happen at the injection site. So imagine every day you need to inject several dose of insulin, and then after that, in that area, because sometimes people's skin is different whenever it comes to healing, and whenever it takes time to heal, then it sometimes the bacteria on the skin surface can can make the things worse there, because basically the hygienity of the people is not the same. So sometimes people don't really wipe the area of the injection with alcohol swab or something like that. So the infection for sure could happen there. Also, the second problem is for insulin, we know that insulin is not a stable compound. It's very labile. So for the transportation and for the storage of the insulin itself, we need to have refrigeration. So we need to put in the special container that has a temperature control. That's why we make sure that our insulin is okay to be used for the specific time period. So that's the problem. And then in the not all the patient, basically whenever it comes to different area, especially in Indonesia, for example, we cannot we cannot make sure that the patient has fridge, for example. So that's why, like, it's difficult to make sure that they have basically the same condition to store this insulin and make sure that it's still okay to be used for the couple months, let's say. And then also the third problem is sometimes the patient not sure if, for example, like, not sure they inject it today or yesterday, or have they injected today, for example. That's why, like, because the pen that available in at the moment, we don't have the memory or like notes there that, okay, you already inject this insulin for several times this week, for example, or in this dose. So we need to take the notes, like, manually every single time when we take the insulin. So it's kind of a bit complicated for several people. And also, based on a study, that adherence to the medication for these insulins is only around 36 to 93% for the oral anti-diabetic drugs. So people take this take the pills like in the correct way is only 36 to 93% for the oral anti-diabetic drugs, but for the insulin it's only around 62 to 46%. So here we need to do something for this delivery for the insulin delivery and anti-diabetics delivery. So maybe the next question will be like, is there any other ways to deliver insulin? So well, back in 2006, the scientists in Pfizer and Nectar, they developed a new approach for delivering insulin. In here, instead of people inject the insulin to the subcutaneous layer, the patient could take the insulin through inhalation. So how? Because here, that's why like it's insulin, it's difficult to deliver using orally because by oral insulin could be degraded in the liver and in the gastrointestinal tract because of the enzyme, because of the acid that we have in the stomach. That's why like it's difficult to deliver the insulin through the mouth or through oral administration. That's why like the scientists think that, okay, how about if we deliver the insulin through the nose or through inhalation? Well, this is the product that has been commercialized and marketed in 2007. The name is Exubera. So Exubera is like a very big thing that the patient could inhale the insulin, and then it goes through the body in the systemic circulation. However, this was discontinued in the next year because of the high cost of production. It's very expensive, and then it is like there is a concern from the patient that it maybe there is a safety issue, or like the dose could be not uniform or something like that. So the manufacturer or the company stopped to produce and sell this in 2007. And then after that, 7 years later, Sanofi and Mankind, they also release a new product to replace this thing called Afrezza. Then this Afrezza still in the market. Mostly it's in the US or in the UK, in the Europe. And also it has the same principle, like put the insulin and then take it through inhalation. However, and this Afrezza comes in the smaller size, so it's fine. Like it's not as big and massive as Exubera, so it's totally fine. However, due to the safety consideration, safety concern, Sanofi withdraw the agreement with Mankind in this case. So here is Mankind is the only one who supply, produce, and distribute this product, because Sanofi decided to withdraw this because of safety issue. So, well, this is another option to deliver the insulin, but still there is a long way to study about the efficacy, about the safety and everything. But yeah, this is another option that we could think about. So, is there any other option rather than rather than subcutaneous injection, inhalation that we have at the moment? The answer is yes, we do. So basically, as we know that in the adult body, we have a very large skin surface area. It's about 18,000 centimeters square. So it's like very, very big. So if our skin is like spread, like if we see like in the total area, it's very, very big. That's why like we can choose like which part that we want to put the medication, or want to put the dosage, so that this can be delivered any drug, for example. And also, this kind of fruit can avoid the hepatic first pass metabolism and gastrointestinal degradation for sure, because anything that comes to the skin and deliver from the skin, it will go through the microdermal circulation, so it will not go through the first pass metabolism, and then also the gastrointestinal degradation, so it will not go through these two process. So this could be an option apart from the injection and apart from the inhalation. So maybe some of us already familiar with this technology. So here, actually, there is already intradermal insulin. So the product here in the market is Medtronic Minimed and Insulit Omnipod Dash. And here, it's something that we attach to the skin, we attach to our body. So we wear it like clothes, like we wear it for maybe 2 weeks or 1 month, and then this can be connected to our phone or the monitor itself, and then it can detect glucose our glucose like status, like our glucose level, and then at the whenever the machine detect that okay, our body need more glucose, then it will release the glucose the insulin to the body, like that. So it's like automatically. And then however, as you can see here in the screen, that again, this is still has the cannula, so it's like has a small needles here that you need to inject, put to the skin, and then it will be implanted for several days. So again, like this kind of approach that for people who afraid of have needle phobia, it's gonna be difficult. They will struggling with this, and also this type of approach, we need a special training to ensure that the patient already place or insert the needles in the correct way. So it's kind of difficult, but yeah, but I mean, like, there's an option about this as well. So intradermal insulin. And another thing is that I would like to introduce you about the microneedle array patches. So apart from the intradermal insulin that has needle, even it's only one, but it's needle still, and it's still painful. So here the microneedle array patches is explored to overcome the problem that caused by the subcutaneous injection or any injection, and especially to get I mean to maximize the use of our skin as the route to deliver any drugs, for example. And yeah, so as you can see here, is the needle, one patch. So the patch is very small. Like in our lab, we use the approach to develop the patch in size of 1 centimeter square. So it's very, very small, as you can see here in the slide. And the needles, it has needles, but it's not needles actually. So because the height of the needles is ranging from 25 to 900 micrometers. So in this kind of length, it can breach the stratum corneum, it can breach our skin, but it's still short enough to touch the nerve and to touch the blood vessels. So it will not cause any bleeding, it will not cause any pain, because it will not touch the sensory in our skin. So even though whenever we come to the doctor or to the hospital, and whenever we want to get the injection, for example, and they will say like, no, it's fine, it will be like bite by the ant or something like that, but trust me, these microneedles is not like that, so you will not feel anything. So whenever it's applied, you will not feel anything because it's short enough to touch the nerve. And yes, so this is minimally invasive and this can be self-applied. So that's why I like the vision of this technology in the future, for example, because now we are approaching for the clinical, we are doing for some clinical trials for this field for vaccine delivery. So in the future, we hope that later the parents, for example, they don't need to come to the hospital or come to the clinics to get the vaccine for the babies, for example. So they just the doctor just give the patch, for example, and then they could apply it at home, for example. So it can reduce the burden of the healthcare, the burden of the doctor, the burden of the nurse, for example, to take care of the patient. So this is why we use this kind of approach for this technology. And also, microneedle array patches is it's present in a solid state, so it's not like insulin that present in the liquid form, so and require cold chain or require refrigerator to store the pens, the insulin pens. Here for microneedles, even though we load the insulin into the microneedle array patches, we don't need cold change because this formulation already stabilize the compound or any active compounds that loaded in it. And also, this system can facilitate the delivery of wide range of the molecules and compounds. So anything can be delivered by microneedles. So low molecular weight, high molecular weight, cationic, anionic, hydrophobic, hydrophilic. We already prove and report in the publication that we could modify the drugs and the microneedles formulation, so it can facilitate any delivery. So here I will tell you, like I will share about the type of the microneedles that have been reported or have been published in this area. So firstly, we have solid microneedles. So for maybe as the woman, we already familiar with this kind of things like derma roller. So if we go to the beauty clinic and then they do something to induce the collagen, for example, they use this type of things. It's derma rollers. So derma rollers is actually type of solid microneedles. So here these things has the small tiny little needles on the surface, and then it prepared from something like solid materials like metal or silicone or any other solid materials. So here the concept of the solid microneedles is we apply the microneedles first, and then the microneedles will create pores or holes in the skin, and then after that we apply any patch like transdermal patch, and so the skin itself or so they are ready to open the channel, so anything that diffuse or dissolve from the transdermal patch will go through the skin and then go to the deeper layer of the skin and then deliver to reach the systemic circulation. So this solid microneedles has the approach of poke and patch. So poke and then apply the any other patch, transdermal patch. And however, this type of microneedles, it's having issue with the reusable device. So basically, now it's still debatable in the between the scientists because again, so for this the kind of derma roller, we need to have actually personal, our own derma roller. We cannot use the same derma roller between the patients or between the person because in our face we have so this derma roller can, whenever we apply the derma roller, the needles, the microneedles in it can touch the interstitial fluid and then can reach the deeper layer of the skin, and anything is there. Like there is antigen, there is like it's part of the blood as well. That's why like contamination and disease disease can be transferred, or virus or bacteria or an infection can be transferred from one person to the other if we use the same derma roller from one person to the other. So that's why like still it's still debatable. That's why like these solid microneedles, it's not really like, I mean, we don't really use it for the drug delivery because it has two-step applications, and also sorry, and also related to the waste of the solid microneedles. So it's difficult to 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 think about how to manage the waste of these solid microneedles after use. However, there is already a publication out there about the of insulin using solid microneedles. Like here, as you can see here, this is the microneedles that they prepared. So here the microneedles prepared from polylactic acid, and here, as you can see in the bottom part, this is how the skin look like after the microneedle application. So you can see here there's a lot of dots here that shows that the microneedle is successfully inserted. And then after that, they apply the transdermal patch to the skin surface. That this transdermal patch has insulin in the formulation in the patch, and then they see here in the mice mice that already given the diabetic condition. So here with the insulin subcutaneous, so it can reach the lowest blood glucose level at 1.5 hours, while it's also like dramatically increase after that. So it's not it's not lasting very long in this case, while in for the microneedle application, it reached the lowest blood glucose level after 5 hours, and then slowly increase to the initial phase, and it gives the sustained effect, even maintain the level at 80% of the blood glucose level. So this is very promising in this case because compared to the subcutaneous, microneedle is not painful, and then it's can works better than subcutaneous in this case. Okay, and the next type of the microneedles is coated microneedles. And here you can see here, this is the red things here. So the approach for this is coat and poke. So here is the insulin or any drug that we want to deliver. We put it in as a coating layer in the microneedles here. So basically it's the same, like it's a solid microneedles, but we put the coating layer that has drugs or has insulin or any compound there. And then whenever we apply the microneedles in the skin, the coating layer will stay in the skin. And then while we remove the microneedle, so it can start to release the drug in the skin from the coating layer. So here, because the dose of the amount of the drug or the compound that we can load in the microneedles is really rely on the microneedle surface. That's why like this type of microneedles is only suitable for the delivery vaccine or very potent compound. So if we want to deliver like antibiotics or anti-diabetics that has, let's say, 600 milligram per day, it's difficult using this type of approach because we cannot load that such of high dose in the needle surface in this case. So here, but people try a group of researchers, they try to deliver insulin using this type of approach. So here they use 3D printing, and here, as you can see, this is in the top part, this is the microneedles that they prepare using 3D printing, and then in the bottom part, they try to put the insulin in the needle. So if you can see like circle here, this is the mark of the insulin in the needles here. And then after that, they try to apply this microneedle to the mice with the diabetic mice, and then they see here that the plasma glucose level or blood glucose level for the mice is of the from the subcutaneous injection and 3D printed microneedle arrays is very similar, and it reached the peak of the lowest level of the plasma glucose level at 1 hour, and then it increased higher, like significantly for the subcutaneous, while in the 3D printed microneedles it stays flat until 4 hours. So this is really promising for this. And then they also try to analyze how many insulin in the plasma concentration, and then you can see it here that the plasma concentration from the subcutaneous injection, it reached the peak at 1 hour, and then after that it decreased dramatically at 4 hours. So at 4 hours, the insulin in the blood is not detected anymore, while for the microneedles, it's still detectable until 4 hours. Even if we extend the study, we still can find the insulin there. So it shows that using the microneedles, it has potential to maintain the insulin for the mice in here. So in the application, let's say like this is potential to be applied in the less frequency than insulin from subcutaneous injection. So for example, for subcutaneous injection, we need to apply it for once a day. But in this case, using this approach, microneedle could potentially be applied, let's say like if once per 3 days or once per 1 week, something like that. So the patient it's just less stress for the patients to get the insulin in this way. Okay, and another type of microneedles is hollow microneedles. So this hollow microneedles is invented based on the same approach of needles, like the syringe that we know, basically. So here, as we can see here, the hollow microneedles has something that we want to deliver in the liquid form. So whenever we apply the microneedles, we inject the liquid, and then the liquid or the formulations, and then this formulation will be delivered into the deeper layer of the skin. Here, as the group of researcher, they try to use this type of approach. So here, as you can see here, my cursor, hopefully it's okay, it can be seen there. This is the microneedles. It's very small, and using the same magnification, this is the syringe that we use normally in our daily life, that we know it very well. So you can see here that how different the microneedles and the needles itself. And then here, this is the study that this group of researcher, they did it in the human participants. So they have 16 participants, and the age of the participant is 10 to 18 years old. And then they try to administer the insulin using these hollow microneedles compared to the subcutaneous injection. And then, as we can see here, start from the pain score, the insertion itself for the microneedles compared to subcutaneous is significantly lower in terms of the pain score. And then whenever it comes to the infusion, the microneedles is like more pain is felt by the volunteers compared to the subcutaneous. However, there is no significant difference in this result. So it's still varied between people, between the participant, regarding the pain score in this case. But in terms of the insertion, there is a significant difference between the microneedles and the subcutaneous. So means that the microneedles could reduce the pain of the patients that whenever they try to inject or to use the insulin. Okay, and then here there is no significant difference whenever the researcher try to analyze the insulin in the blood, uh, insulin concentration in the blood. So there is no any difference between the microneedle and subcutaneous. So it means that the microneedle could be an alternative for the insulin delivery in this case. And then whenever it comes to the evaluation of the plasma glucose concentration, there is no significant difference. So it means that the microneedles could be a replacement for the subcutaneous injection for insulin delivery in this case. Okay, nearly there. So we have another type of the dissolving microneedles. Here is microneedles that can be dissolved in the skin. So in this type of microneedles, we don't need to think about how we gonna put these needles after we use it, and so it will reduce the headache about using the how to manage the waste of the needles in the hospital, for example. And here, so yeah, in this concept, we load the drug into the tips of the microneedles, and then whenever we apply the microneedles will be dissolved and then start to deliver the drug into the skin and then reach the systemic circulation in our body. So here, as you can see here, here is the microneedles that prepared using this type of approach. So these microneedles fabricated from hyaluronic acid. And then here, as you can see here, this is the microneedle before the application. Look sharp, look nice. And then after the application for 30 minutes, so the height of the needles is reduced by half. I mean, even more than half in this case. And then after application for 60 minutes, all the needles are disappear. So you don't see the needles anymore here because all the needles already dissolve into skin and then release the cargo or release the compound. In this case is insulin. So whenever this group of researchers, they try to compare the microneedles and the subcutaneous injection of the insulin. It shows that the insulins again reach the lowest level of the plasma glucose level at 1 hours, while these dissolving microneedles could reach the lowest plasma glucose level at 3 hours. And then here they for the profile, it doesn't look any different, so it's looks similar. It means that this could be an alternative for the subcutaneous injection of insulin. And then here as well, like there is no any different in terms of the profile of the insulin delivery in the plasma after during 5 hour study. So this kind of approach is really promising for the insulin delivery. Well, the last type of the microneedles is hydrogel forming microneedles. So yeah, this is the news, or yeah, the latest type of microneedles that have been found. So here, imagine this is like gelatin, like jelly. So the microneedles itself, it's hard, it's solid. So whenever we apply the microneedles to the skin, it start to imbibe the interstitial fluid in our skin, and then after that, it will swell a lot. So it will swell a lot, and then release the drug from the microneedles. Basically, as I mentioned before, that different type of microneedles is different, but it's different from the dissolving microneedles. In the dissolving microneedles, we have the drug in the tips of the needles. However, in this type of microneedles, we don't have the drugs in the microneedles itself. So we prepare the drug into different reservoir like tablet or anything like in the reservoir that could load the drug, and then we put on the top of the microneedles. So whenever the microneedles is swells, the surface of the microneedles will be wet, and then it start to dissolve the drug reservoir on the top of the microneedles and start to release the drug molecules to the skin in this for this approach. That's why for this type of microneedles, we can load everything. We can load high dose drugs, antibiotics, insulin. Everything can be facilitated using this type of microneedles. So here is the microneedles look like. This is before swelling, so you can see that it's hard. That's why like it can be inserted into the skin. This is very small. It's only like 600 micrometer in height, and then this is the microneedle looks like during the swelling. So it's become like jelly, but don't worry, this is not jelly like whenever for the jelly, whenever we press it, it will be broken, but in this case it's not, because there is a cross-linking reaction between the polymers during the preparation of these microneedles, so it will not break during the insertion or during the swelling process. So it's not like jelly. I just use the terms of jelly to make it easier to be understand for these things. And so our group has tried to use this type of microneedles to deliver the insulin, and then by combining it with iontophoresis. And here, as we can see here, the microneedles, even microneedles without and with iontophoresis, it's superior compared to the other groups. Even whenever we apply the iontophoresis itself, it's even higher than the microneedle alone. So this very promising. And then whenever it comes to the blood glucose level, it is clearly can be seen here that the microneedles with the delivery of insulin with the microneedles is even low to it's even give the blood glucose level very low compared to the patch alone without the microneedles, and then it can be improved using the iontophoresis combination. So that's why as I mentioned before, that with microneedles we can deliver any type of compound, any type of drugs, but then we need to modify the drug itself, or we need to modify or give any like ionophoresis, or any other thing to improve the delivery. So we can just modify the system of the microneedles itself. And yeah, so I already talked a lot about non-insulin delivery. Sorry, I already talked a lot about insulin delivery. So now, what about the anti-diabetics oral like metformin or any other anti-diabetics? Here, yes, using the hydrogel forming microneedles. So here our group, we prepare a tablet like this. So this is contain metformin in 25 milligram metformin in here. It's very small with the diameter of 1 centimeter here. And then we try to insert this microneedle into rats, and then we put this tablet on the top of microneedles, and then we check the plasma concentration of the metformin in the rats compared to the metformin that we give orally. So we have two groups, one receive microneedles and one receive oral metformin. And then as we can see here, the hydrogel formed microneedle could maintain the concentration of the metformin up to 24 hours, while for the oral metformin, it reached the peak at 2 hours and then like drastically decline or like decrease at 4 hours, and we couldn't detect anything at 24 hours. So this system shows that delivery of metformin could be promising using microneedles. So the patient doesn't need to take the drug like every single day, for example, because the plasma level of the drug could be maintained longer than the oral metformin itself. So this is very promising for the diabetic treatment. And here, other group also try to use different approach. So they combine the microneedles using near infrared radiation. So they apply the microneedles and then they have the infrared exposure there. Don't worry, it's safe. It's not as scary as it sounds. So basically, in this case, the here is the microneedles look like before the insertion, and then this is the microneedles looks like during the insertion and the combination using the near infrared radiation. And as you can see here, yes, these microneedles contain the something that has thermoresponsive. So whenever the patient apply for the infrared, it will start the microneedle will start to dissolve and then release the metformin. Here, as we can see here, the release of the metformin is increased, and it's increased by whenever we apply the near infrared radiation. And then here, as we can see, and here, as we can see that the microneedles and the subcutaneous injection is there is no any I mean the microneedles is reach the lowest level of the blood glucose level at 6 hours, while the injection reach at 2 hours, and it could maintain and then it could maintain longer compared to the subcutaneous injection. And another compound that has been tried to deliver using microneedle is GLP-1 analog or exendin. And here, as we can see, this is the microneedles. So the microneedles prepared from the hyaluronic acid, and then it has the drug in it. And then this is the applicators. So this is the applicators. This is the applicators of the microneedle. So it's like pen. So whenever we apply the microneedles, it's gonna be like this. And then it shows that it's the same, like compared to the subcutaneous injection, there's no any significant difference between the microneedles and the injection itself. So another things I would like to share is about glucose monitoring. How the microneedle could be used for the glucose monitoring. So as we know that now in daily basis we have this kind of things. Everyone knows about this. So maybe all of us have this at home. So this is the glucose test strip, and then we need to to break our nails and then release the blood from there and then put in the things so it can rate our glucose level. However, it's not everyone that happy to do this. So to do this every day, because it's just like so painful whenever we need to prick our finger every day to check the glucose level every single day. So that's why like here at the moment we have this kind of thing. So this can be wear like continuous glucose monitoring. This can be worn for up to 14 days for 2 weeks, and then it will give the profile of the glucose level from morning to night whenever we are sleeping, or for truly all day. So but this it has needles in it, and then it has the sensor, something that could be transferred to this monitor, so we can see how the the our glucose level looks like in per day, for example. So is it possible to using microneedles for glucose monitoring? The answer is yes. So here is this is the microneedles look like. So this is the solid microneedles, hollow microneedles, and then here has some hollow, here the holes, and then here can detect the electron that from that produce the or sorry degenerates from the glucose. So glucose will be sorry, glucose will be converted to hydrogen peroxide, and then by using this GO enzyme, and then during this process it will release electron. This electron will be detected using this electrical current in the microneedle. So that's why, like, whenever we have high level of glucose, it means that we will have high level of hydrogen peroxide, and in this case it will detect, okay, so this person has high level of glucose in this case using this microneedle. So this is the approach that the researcher used to develop the microneedles as the monitoring, glucose monitoring. And then here, as we understand from the concept of the hydrogel forming microneedles, that it's imbibe the interstitial fluid. So whenever we insert the microneedles, the interstitial fluid will be imbibe and the microneedles will be swollen like this. And these swollen microneedles, it will have the biomarkers or ions that could be used as the representative of the glucose. And then these microneedles we will extract using buffer solution, and then after that we will analyze this using HPLC. So in the future hopefully we don't need to prick our fingers every single time whenever we want to know our glucose level. So hopefully we can have this kind of product soon. Yeah, we still have a lot of work to do for this type of technology, to transfer this technology from lab bench to the bedside of the patient. So yeah, in terms of regulation, safety, and stability, so we are still working on that. That's why we are here and what we are doing here. And yes, so this is our research group in Belfast. This is Professor Donnelly, that the leader of our research group. He is award leading of the microneedle research. And yeah, any question, feel free. Thank you so much.
Of an interesting presentation. There are several points that are interesting to me, especially regarding insulin-related problems that can cause of using of needles. Some patients experience pain, and then insulin storage that requires special treatment, for example, related to the storage temperature, and then the time of use that cannot be recorded by the insulin pen. So the question arises whether there is another way besides injection or even inhalation to deliver insulin into our bodies. And your answer is yes. By utilizing the inner surface of our bodies with intradermal insulin, one of which is in the form of microneedle aerial patches, which is very interesting to discuss further. It makes me interested that the microneedle patches not only can be used to deliver the insulin, but also can be used to deliver the other anti-diabetics and to monitor the blood glucose. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to Q&A session. If there is anything you want to ask or discuss with Dr. Konita, we invite you. You can write it in the chat column or by using the raise hand feature at your Zoom. And the committee, please help to recap the question received. Okay. Okay. Doctor, this is our first question come from Mrs. Priska Wichita. Okay, Mrs. Priska Wichita, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Hello, my name is Priska. Thank you such as an excellent and inspiring explanation, Dr. Konita. I'd like to ask you a question. Sorry if it's a bit noisy here. I'm in the field of pharmaceutical technology, and I'm really passionate about drug delivery research. I'm particularly serious about your work on microarray patches and how this technology is being adapted in the UK, especially for diabetic patients. What are the key challenges in achieving control and sustained insulin or maybe metformin release using dissolving or hydrogel forming microneedles? Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Priska, Doctor, before we continue, do you want to answer the question one by one, or we can collect about three of them maybe, and then you will answer it? What do you prefer, Doctor?
Can I ask one by one just in case because sometimes I
Okay.
forget the question.
Yes, yes, please. Over to you, Doctor.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much for it's really interesting question. So, in the basically for the microneedles for the diabetic treatment, in this world, we don't have the product yet, actually. So we don't have something that applicable for the patients. However, yeah, we know that this technology have been found since 1970, but it's still like a lot of things that we need to consider for these things. And now in our lab, we are doing the clinical trials for the influenza treatment. Yeah, it's not the diabetics treatment, but still because we need to get the approval first from the FDA to get to do the clinical trials for level 1, 2, 3, and then after that we can get the license to get this product in the market. However, we don't have it at the moment. But we have done several studies, human studies in UK, for example. So we invite several volunteers and then we ask them about how they feel whenever they use the microneedles, how they feel using the applicators or something like that, and like the result already published, and then they don't feel a lot of pain compared to the subcutaneous injection. So that's why like now we're still doing a lot of research about this. So hopefully in the next conference, I can update more about how the things going now in the UK for the microneedle application for diabetics. But now, yeah, it's still the stage is like that.
Thanks.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Mrs. Priska.
Yeah, thank you. It has inspired me to pursue similar research. Thank you.
Sure. Any collaboration, very welcome.
Yes.
Okay, maybe the other question from the participant who raised hand. Okay, if there's no the participant that raised hand, maybe we can continue to the participant who write the question in the chat column.
I think there are two participants raised hand.
Okay. Okay. Doctor, there is Dr. Made Dewi Saryani who is raised hand here. Please, Dr. Made Dewi Saryani, time is yours.
Thank you for the time. Hello, Dr. Konita. You look so beautiful today.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think you are cute for the speaker today. Yeah. I want to discuss with you. I am Made Dewi Saryani from Bali. As we know, Bali is famous with traditional and herbal medicine. So I want to ask with you, is it permissible to combine medical drug and herbal medicine for diabetes patients? Because in Bali, most people really believe in herbal medicine, or we call it loloh, or in Indonesia we call jamu. Is it permissible to combine between medicine, drug, and herbal medicine? Thank you, Dr. Konita.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's a very interesting question, Dr. Madedwi. So, yes, basically, because I have background as a apotheker, so I have experience learning about the interaction between drugs, actually, like between the chemical or synthetic drugs, and even these things related to the natural product, for example, like extract or jamu or something like that. Yeah, basically, it's in my opinion, based on that, it's still permissible. However, we need to make sure that the gap time or the duration between taking the medicine and taking the traditional or natural product is we make to make sure it has enough window time. For example, like at least 2 hours in between, so it can it's still okay because after 2 hours we expect that the drug from the it's already goes through the stomach and everything, so it's already reached the target, for example, in the blood circulation, so it's our body is ready to receive a new one. That's also applicable for the vitamins or for any drug that cannot be taken at the same time. So yeah, but again, like we need to check about this the composition of the traditional medicine or natural product with the drug, because sometimes there is a molecular interaction between this jamu and the drug, and it sometimes has side effect and it's bad for the patient. That's why we really need to think about it, because basically for jamu or herbal medicine, it has a lot in it, like it not has on a single compound, it has like multiple, like maybe, and it's sometimes it's very complex, so we don't know sometimes like which one is react with which one. That's why, like, if the patient decided to take traditional medicine, it's okay. But if so, maybe we, as the pharmacist or doctor, we need to think about how will be the risk if this can be taken together, something like that. But to be to be safe, just have 2 hours window time between each other, so it's gonna be fine.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Konita. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Madi Dewi Saryani, for your very interesting question. And Dr. Konita, we still have one participant who raised hand here. It is Miftah Huzana Tahir, committee. Okay, and this question will be our last question, Doctor, because the time is almost over. So, Miftah Huzana Tahir, over to you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I am Miftah Hujana Tahir. I am a student from the Department of Environmental Sanitation, Gorontalo Health Polytechnic. So my question is, what are the key barriers to translating microneedle technology from the laboratory to clinical application.
Okay, thank you so much. So the key challenge of this translation technology between from the laboratory to the patient is now we face a challenge of the polymers that we use. So basically for the hydrogel and dissolving microneedles, whenever we apply the microneedles, there is a few polymers that could be like dissolved to the body as well. So that's why like that's the concern of the FDA at the moment. So it's like they afraid that if we use this type of this type of polymers, and in the long run it will accumulate into the kidney, and then it will cause some problem into the kidney as well in the long term use. That's why like now we are still working on that. We focus on using the polymer that has molecular weight less than 50 kilodalton, which is it's okay to be used for the body, and it can be degraded and excreted into the feces or into urine after a specific time period. So that's why that's the biggest challenge that we face now. And also second one is we need more collaboration with the companies, with the pharmaceutical companies, so that it can accelerate the development of our technology to the patient, because we have enough funding, for example, and then they know how to develop the things from the research laboratory to into the manufacturer scale, for example. So yeah, that's the key barrier. Hopefully soon, I mean, once we have the microneedles in the market, everything will be follow, because it's just like we need one key to open the door and everything will be there.
Okay, Miss Miftahuzana, how about the answer? I still have more question maybe? It's enough? Okay, thank you, Miss Miftahuzana Tahir. And Doctor, actually there are still many people asking questions in the chat column, but because the time is up, is it okay if we send the question to the doctor, if it is allowed after this conferences maybe?
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of part of our plenary session. But before we end this session, I would like to inform the doctor that the committee will send a certificate of appreciation to Dr. Konita for your willingness to be a speaker today. And I would like to say thank you very much again to our great speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and to audience for active participation. Hopefully this session will be beneficial for everyone. I'm Hartati, thank you for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Doctor.
We would like to thank the speaker, Dr. Konita Kurnia Anjani, for the sharing knowledge. We also like to thank the moderator, Mrs. Hartati, for moderating the session.
Okay, thank you for your attention, everyone. We will now proceed the fifth session of our conference. Allow me to welcome the speaker and moderator who will guide us through this session. This session will discuss about role of nursing in diabetes prevention through patient education and lifestyle modification. That will be delivered by Dr. I. Clement from Saint Benedict Group of Institution, Bangalore, India. This session will be guided by Mrs. Fahriatul Falah as the moderator. Without any further ado, for the speaker and the moderator, time is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the master ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all of the conference participants today through online and Zoom and offline meeting. Thanks again for the chance given by the Master of Ceremony. I'm Fahria, you can call me Ria. I will moderate this fifth plenary session. So, like said by the Master of Ceremony, this fifth session will be focusing the theme, the role of nursing in diabetes prevention through health education and lifestyle modification. As before, this session will take time about 1 hour, included presentation and discussion. But first of all, I would like to introduce you the remarkable speaker today, Dr. I. Clement. Let me read the curriculum vitae of him first. So I will share on the screen. Yes. As you see on the screen, let me read from the professional education. Dr. I. Clement get her Bachelor of Nursing in the Tamil Nadu, Dr. MGR, Medical University, Chennai. And then he continued to get her Master of Science in Nursing on the same university and get her PhD in Nursing in Sri Ramachandra University. And then right now, he served as Dean and Professor at Benedict Academy, Bengaluru. And then her professional present responsibilities, let me read one of them. And present, he served as a reviewer of Malaysian Journal of Medicine and Science and judge for Nurse Awards in Nursing Teacher Association of India. And he also got many achievements and awards. The present award is Guru Ratna Shiromani Awards presented by Ambedkar Institute of Nursing and Stars Healthcare Academy. And here, professional membership details. One of them, he served as a Sigma Theta Tau International member and American Travel Health Nursing Association. And then that's the brief introduction. I want to inform you also that Dr. I. Clement also active in many research publications and books, and some of them focusing on diabetes education and focusing on ulcer of diabetic and many other non-communicable disease research that very, very remarkable of our speakers today. So before we start the plenary session, let me greet our speakers today. Dr. E. Clement, good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you share the slide?
Yes, you can. First of all, I want to remind you, Doctor, that your time is about 1 hour, including presentation and question and answer session. So to Dr. I. Clement, it's over to you.
Is it clear, ma'am? My slides are clear?
Yes,
Visible?
it's in clearly, Doctor.
So very good afternoon to one and all. I'm happy and privileged to be one of the keynote speaker of this international conference. First of all, I take opportunity to thank the directors and the organizers, and especially the moderator of this session. So I thank and congratulate each and one directly and indirectly involved in this international conference. So today I'm going to discuss few issues about the role of nursing in diabetes prevention through patient education and lifestyle modification. So from the morning, we have discussed about the various perspectives of diabetic management. So here, the main thing we are going to discuss about today's session is diabetic education and the lifestyle modification. So nurses are the important, very important person in the healthcare delivery system. They plays a role and they actively, directly and indirectly, they involve to preventing the care for the diabetic patients. So the word like prevention is better than cure. So the nurses plays a very important role in preventing diabetes. They are working in a various setup. They are working in a community setup through primary health center and also through community health centers and the sub centers. In a various levels, they are involving directly and indirectly by providing a diabetic preventive cares. And also the nurses are working in a departments, hospitals, polyclinics, and diabetic daycare centers. So various clinical site, nurses are working for providing or preventing the diabetes or managing the diabetes and promoting the lifestyle modifications. So the nurses are taking a various role, especially she's a clinical nurse working in a hospital and community diabetic nurse. She's working in a community health centers. And also she works as a diabetic nurse educator to preventing, managing and lifestyle modifications are explained. And also the nurses are working as a counselors in various settings. The nurses are working as a trainers to teach about the diabetic management, insulin administration, and diagnosing the diabetes, and all monitoring the diabetic means the sugar level, and all those things are taken by the nurses. So nurses
Excuse me.
plays a
Excuse me, Dr. I. Clement. Could
yes,
you
ma'am.
present the full slideshow?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So before we learn about, before we go to the topic, and we need to briefly understand about the disease conditions. So diabetes is a chronic metabolic disease characterized by elevated levels of blood sugar, which severely damages the heart, blood vessels, and eyes, and kidney and nerves, as we know. And the common type is diabetes 2. Usually it is in adults. It occurs when the body becomes resistant to insulin or does not make enough insulin. And here the statistics says the diabetes rises dramatically in all the countries, in all income levels. So there is a globally agreed target that halt the rises in the diabetes and obesity by 2025, because WHO has made some of the targets to be achieved in 2030 and also 25. And about 830 million people worldwide have diabetes. The major living in low and middle income countries. The more than the half of the people living with diabetes are not receiving any treatment. So both the numbers of people with the diabetes and numbers of people with untreated diabetes have been steadily increasing over the past decades. So here we have given the statistics in India. And WHO response to diabetic prevention and the prevention and control of diabetes and its complications in low and middle income countries, and develops the norms and standards for the diabetic diagnosis and cares. And WHO builds the awareness of global epidemic of diabetes. The World Diabetes Day is celebrated on 14th November every year. WHO conducts surveillance on diabetes and the risk factors. In April 2021, the WHO launches the Global Diabetes Compact, a global initiative aims for sustained improvements in the diabetic prevention and care. In May 2021, the World Health Assembly agreed a resolution on strengthening prevention and diabetic control of diabetes. So just we briefly see about the types. As we know already, the type 1, type 2, means gestational diabetes and pre-diabetes. So gestational diabetes, it's also called the type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes, juvenile diabetes, it is commonly occurring for the children and young adults. It makes the little insulin or no insulin in the pancreas. The immune system attacks and destroys the cells in the pancreas that make insulin. And people with type 1 diabetes need to take insulin lifelong. Type 2 diabetes, it's also called adult diabetes. So the cells in the pancreas in the body does not use the insulin properly. The pancreas may be making insulin, but it is not making enough insulin to keep the blood glucose level in the normal range. So it's the most common in diabetes, type 2. Developed type 2 diabetes, if you have a risk factor such as overweight and obesity and also family history and other type of chronic diseases contributes to the type 2 diabetes. And third comes here the gestational diabetes. It develops during pregnancy. It gets away after the delivery. And it has got the higher chances of developing type 2 diabetes later part of life. And sometimes diabetes diagnosed during the pregnancy is type 2 diabetes. Pre-diabetic, they have an increased blood sugar level. The glucose level are higher than the normal, but not high enough to diagnose with the type 2 diabetes. And the common symptoms of diabetes, type 1 diabetes, are the increased thirst and urination, and increased hunger, blurred vision, fatigue, and unexplained weight loss. And the common complications of type 1 diabetes, that is diabetic ketoacidosis, which have a breath that smells fruity, ketone smell, dry and flushed skin, nausea or vomiting, stomach pain, trouble breathing, trouble paying attention or feeling of confused. And the common causes of type 1 diabetes are hereditary, autoimmune disease, viral infections, and autoimmune destruction of beta cells, and damage or removal of the pancreas, unfavorable environmental factors and drugs on chemical or toxins, endocrine diseases or contributing factors, mainly of genetic factors, environmental factors, and autoantibiotics are the contributing. Coming to the type 1 diabetes, the pathophysiology, the insulin means type 1. The beta cell secretes in the pancreas, the beta cell secretes insulin. So the beta cells of the pancreas produces insulin, stores and releases the insulin. In type 1 diabetes, the T cells destroys the beta cells, resulting in no insulin release by autoimmune disease. So here, the range, the normal HbA1c, the normal is less than 5.7%, pre-diabetes 5.7 to 6.4%. For diabetes, it is more than 6.5% in HbA1c. So accordingly, the fasting blood sugars also changes, and some of the complications. The short-term complications are hyperglycemic episodes and hypoglycemic episodes. And also long-term macrovascular and microvascular complications, diabetic retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy. And macrovascular complications are cardiovascular and heart attack, smoke, stroke, and peripheral vascular diseases. The treatment for diabetes type 1, education, insulin, and careful glucose monitoring. So here the insulin, already we have discussed about the pharmacological management of diabetes mellitus, that is rapid acting, short acting, intermediate and long acting, and ultra long acting drugs are used. Type 2 diabetes. So it's a metabolic disorder in which the body response to the insulin is reduced. That is insulin resistance. It is commonly causes at any age. It occurs most often in middle-aged and the older people, age 45 and older, and have a family history of diabetes, overweight, also have a obesity and physical inactivity, and certain health problems like blood pressure. And the common symptoms in type 2 diabetes are frequent urination and always thirsty and sudden weight loss and tingling sensation in the feet and blurred vision and always hungry and wounds won't heal, dizziness, irritability are the common symptoms. And the complications, macrovascular and microvascular complication. Microvasculars are retinopathy, neuropathy, and nephropathy. And the macrovascular are cardiovascular and heart attack, stroke, and peripheral vascular diseases. So here, the HbA1c in a normal condition, normal person, it is less than 39 millimole, and pre-diabetes 39 to 47, and diabetes, it's more than 48 millimole. And here, type 2 diabetes mellitus, the treatments or lifestyle modifications, which is the most important. Now we are going to discuss in the later slides about the lifestyle modifications, that is balanced diet and exercise. And the medications we have discussed in the previous presentations, that is oral medication and insulin by various methods, and glucose monitoring, that is HbA1c test and finger sticks are the common. And pre-diabetic, the common symptoms are dry skin, fatigue, blurry vision, tiredness, increased thirst, frequent urination, weight gain, and increased hunger. The common prevention of type 2 diabetes, that is mainly of the mantra is 3. Number 1 is dietary management. The second one is exercise. And third one is lifestyle modifications. So we are going to discuss more about the lifestyle modifications. The common problems in the diabetes, the nurses will be dealing with the various conditions, various complications of diabetes, especially foot ulcer, the inspection, monitoring, and the treatment, and the frequent care of foot care is most important for the diabetes, especially the type of shoes, slippers, what they are wearing is most important. And frequent inspection of the foot is most important. And care of eyes is most important. The prevention of diabetic retinopathy, it's a very common complications of increased blood sugar. So annual examination of the eye, the fundus needs to be examined regularly and maintain the blood sugar level, and controlling the increased blood sugar level is most important. And the diet plays a very important role. And prevention of nephropathy. So commonly the macrovascular of the nephron, which commonly affect in a diabetic conditions. So the diet, low sodium diet and low protein, and the fluid management and smoking cessation and regular exercises, regular monitoring of blood sugar level, and healthy eating and regular medical checkups and physical activity, and avoid cigarettes, means tobacco products, so which all plays a very important role. Now we have come to the main session, that is prevention of diabetes by lifestyle modifications. So lifestyle modifications can be controlled, prevent the complications and reduces the blood sugar level, and which maintains the normal blood sugar level. The best way to prevent or delay the onset of type 2 diabetes, which helps to prevent type 2 diabetes and complications of the people and reach and keep the healthy body weight, which is most important by exercises, diet control, all plays a very important role. Stay physically active, at least 150 minutes of moderate exercise each week, and eat a healthy diet and avoid sugar and saturated fats, and not smoke tobacco. So which are the mantras which needs to be followed in diabetic or preventing the diabetes. So here the 6 areas are to improve the health and lifestyle modifications, which is focuses on diabetic patients or to prevent the diabetes. These are the 6 important areas, that is physical activity, managing the stress. Stress and anxiety is the common problem which aggravates and increases the blood sugar level, and also the good communication and relationship and maintaining the relationship, which plays a very important role, and to improve the good sleep, and good quality sleeps is most important for the diabetic person, and cessation of tobacco, which is most important to control the diabetes, and also healthful eating. So these are the very important, very 6 important areas which improves the general health. So here the impact of smoking on diabetes. So the smoking increases the blood sugar levels, which increases the heart diseases, respiratory diseases, and damage to the eye. And diabetic prevention by the 6 levels, 8 levels. Number 1, the nurses are playing with a very important role in diabetic education. The nurses may be in a individual education or it may be a group education regarding the diabetes causes and signs and symptoms and the preventions, and also about the lifestyle modifications are explained, and self-administration of insulin and glucose monitoring devices to use, and all this educations about the diabetic related informations are given to the person or to the public or to the community. And second one is monitoring about the blood glucose level, which is most important, how to use the devices, how to operate it, and how to understand and interpret the glucose levels, and identifying the risk factors, especially the cholesterol and LDH, and all this information, all these risk factors which needs to be prevented. The nurses needs to help for preventing the risk factors and providing the resources, so where they can get the medications, how to administer, and anti-diabetic drugs, insulin, and all those things, like the resources where they can avail and how they can administer and use it, and all the providing resources are the very important role played by the nurses and referrals. So any complications when the patients or when the persons are getting it, and the nurses are playing a vital role in referring to the higher level of healthcare centers, and building the trust with the patient and with the family and with the peer groups and the friends, which help the management of diabetic care, and supporting the self-management, which is most important. The patient or the person should confidently manage with insulin therapy or the diet or exercises. Like self-management plays a vital role in carrying off the disease, and community care. The nurses, they work in the community setup by providing education related to preventing the diabetes and other type of chronic illnesses, and the awareness programs and regular health checkups, health camps are organized to prevent the disease, diabetic or any disease conditions. So here, some of the organizational and clinical skills which commonly the clinical nurse specialist are practicing is preventive programs or prevention programs, which is there in the primary prevention and secondary preventions. And the second one is management of chronic illnesses, that is type 2 diabetes. And third, tertiary level or tertiary care assistance, that community houses and health home care management. And the fourth level is health technologies, the digital models. So there are apps are available which connecting the group of diabetic people in one particular region. The multidisciplinary, multidimensional model which is applied to take a help from the other practitioners or professionals like a dietary department and other people will be helping directly to giving a health teaching or supporting or guiding them to get the proper education. So here, the nurses can make difference because they are closely associated and attached. And there is a person-to-person contact communications they are getting it. They are interacting directly with the nurses. So the nurse can make a difference for people living with diabetes or those at risk of developing it. So nurses are at the core of the health system. So they will be yearly detection can be happens and yearly understanding of the problems. The yearly healthcare means health educations of preventing of diabetes can be happening it. So nurses are the first point of contact. They have a close communication with the patient and the family and the environment. So they can directly influence or they directly involve in providing the care or preventing the preventive methods of diabetes can be done by the nurses. The nurses also can help to prevent diabetic complications. Diabetic complications like blindness, kidney failure, amputations, heart attack, and strokes and premature death. This all can be prevented by maintaining a normal blood sugar level by doing a lifestyle modifications. We have a positive lifestyle modifications and negative lifestyle modifications. Positive lifestyle like exercise, proper diet or balanced diet, and the yoga. There are a lot of studies and researchers are conducted yoga, which decreases the blood sugar level, and lot more lifestyle modifications research studies are conducted, which shows the positive improvement of exercise, yoga, and diet, which maintains the normal blood sugar level. And also, there is a stress reduction needs to be done. The stress-provoking things needs to be avoided. Situations or incidents needs to be avoided. So which are all coming in the positive. Smoking is a very important factor or any other drug use, which all needs to be modifications are needed in lifestyle management. And the negatives are using a tobacco, means the sedentary life like makes inactive. And also there is a uncontrolled diet and not monitoring the blood glucose level periodically, and lot more factors which is directly involving in getting complications in diabetes. So here, the nurses plays a crucial role in health promotion, health literacy, and the management of diabetes and other chronic conditions. It includes screening and providing a primary healthcare services and specialized treatment services. The nurses also can offer the lifestyle treatments. As I said, nurses are playing a vital role in providing a counseling for the patients. It may be in a hospital setup or it may be a community setup. She or he provides the information about the disease conditions and also giving the education about the preventive measures. A nurse is ideally placed to help to detect and manage the diabetes. Identification of early detection of diabetes, which helps to prevent the diabetic complications. So some of the preventive aspects of diabetic complications: reduce the stress and increase the activity level and reduce the blood pressure and eat more fibers and limit the sugar intake, lower the weight and understand the health checkup, undergoes health checkup regularly and reduce the salt consumption. So these are some of the perspectives which controls or prevents the diabetic complications. The nurses plays a vital or key role in the diabetic prevention. Number one is educating the patients and family. The nurses teach the patient and their families about the diabetes, including how to manage their conditions and how to adjust with the diet and physical activity. The second one is monitoring. The glucose monitoring plays a vital role, means which gives a key like how effective the treatment is. For example, oral hypoglycemic or insulin or any other modes of treatment, any other method of treatment, the monitoring which helps to regulate or which helps to give a roadmap for controlling the diabetic, means controlling the blood sugar level. The nurses monitor the blood sugar levels, vitals and urine. They also examine the patient's skin and feet because these are the most common microvascular complications when the person is getting it, and teach them about how to care of their feet. And third one is supporting self-care. Nurses always to support and encourage and motivate the patient or the person to maintain the blood sugar level. So diabetes, they need a lot of motivation, especially those who all are on insulin. And they need to be explained about each and every perspectives with clear understanding of the patients and the family members. For example, management of hypoglycemia needs to be taught to the patients and family. So how to manage hypoglycemia, what are the signs and symptoms, and how to manage immediately, how to take a medical care, how to take an appointment to monitor or to go to the hospitals or to maintain the blood sugar level, which is most important. Self-care needs to be encouraged and monitored and supervised by the nurses. And the fourth level of nurses' role, that's screening. The nurses screen for the early detection of type 2 diabetes, which helps to prevent complications in diabetes. And advocating, the nurses act as an advocate for behavioral modifications and health training. There are a lot of studies. There is a supports that the adequate counseling and the teaching of health educations, which helps to modification of behavior in diabetic patients. And the sixth comes the collaborative care. The nurse takes a help from the various specialists. It's a multidisciplinary approach, what we are discussing from the morning here. It's a multidisciplinary approach. Then the dietary department or the recreational department or the counseling department or the psychologist or social worker, they all play in a team. The endocrinologist and other medical specialists and other doctors will be directly and indirectly helping for the collaborative care in the management and prevention of this. And also the seventh point is providing a training. The nurse needs to providing a training and supervision for patients. For example, insulin administration. Maybe they be using a insulin pen, or they may be using a syringes, or how to store the insulin and how to administer the insulin and the sites of rotation of giving a insulin. All those things, the training, adequate training, the preparation, the motivation and supervision is most important for living with a diabetes. A healthy lifestyle reduction, the risk of diabetes. It is a comprehensive approach to control the blood sugar levels. The control the blood pressure is most important. The regular checkup, medical screening is most important. And adequate sleep. Sleep plays a very important role of healing. So sleep is most important for the diabetic. At least a minimum of 8 hours sleep is needed for the diabetic persons and also for the normal persons, which prevents the chronic illnesses in control. Diet. We have seen the previous speaker who discussed about the healthy diet, balanced diet, and also the more vegetables and green leafy vegetables. And also we need a protein and carbohydrates in the form of potatoes and all those. Next slide, we are going to see about it. And the physical activity, aerobic and anaerobic exercises, which all plays the vital role in reducing or controlling the blood sugar level. And the communication and interaction, which is plays the basic role in controlling the diabetes. Means contact with the family and friends. And the good communication is most important. The first comes here, healthy diet. There should be adequate fiber is most important for diabetic people. And eat a balanced diet with lots of fiber, vitamins and minerals. And limit the sugary drinks, ultra processed food and refined white flour. Instead, eat more fruits, vegetables and grains and non-starch vegetables. Vegetables plays a very important role. Here, we can see the vegetables off of the plate, which is having a half of the plate will be vegetables and one portion of the 1/4 is the protein and carbohydrates, nuts and the potatoes. And adequate water needs to be taken. That's the most important, because the common problem in the increased blood sugar level is polyuria. So there will be excessive thirst which is happening to them. So adequate amount of hydration is most important. The second one is, the second lifestyle modification is exercise. So exercise is a paramount of maintaining the normal blood sugar level and decreasing the increased blood sugar level, and be active. The diabetic or the normal individual, the exercise plays a vital role. The regular physical activity helps the body to use insulin better and lower the blood sugar levels. The exercises are walking, jogging, cycling and other activities aims for at least 150 minutes of moderate aerobic activity per week. So exercise, which increases a lot of changes which is happening in our body. So the nurse should teach to the patient related this exercises, how it helps. It increases the memory and decreases the stress and decreases the anxiety and decreases the body fat and lipolysis, decreased lipolysis and increase the glucose uptake. And also in the liver, decreases the glucose protection, triglycerides, decreases the triglycerides, cholesterols, and high density lipoproteins. And coming to the liver, it increases the pancreatic functions. So thereby the insulin secretions will be happening it. And also in the blood vessels, endothelial functions and blood pressure decreases and decreases the atherosclerosis. And in the muscles, it increases the blood glucose uptake and hypertrophy of the muscles, and increases the strength of the muscles, and increases the flexibility, and increases the fat oxidation. So these are the advantages or benefits which is happening by exercises. Stress, management of stress, which is most important in diabetic prevention and management. Learn the ways to cope up. The stress coping mechanisms and techniques needs to be like relaxation technique, doing a yoga, or doing any other therapies. There are a lot more stress-free or stress managing techniques are available. So we need to advise, we need to help them to manage the stress. Learn to cope up with the emotional side of diabetes and manage the stress. So the nurse's role is most important. The stress management techniques needs to be the training, education, what are the strategies are available for stress management needs to be explained. Next one is quit smoking. Smoking is the causes of all the microvascular and macrovascular problems, vascular problems. Smoking increases at the risk of diabetes, means heart diseases, cardiovascular diseases, high diseases, stroke, kidney diseases, and nerve damages. So these are the common problems which is happening because of the smoking. So smoking, quit smoking is a mantra for especially diabetes prevention. And regular checkup of blood sugar level, which is most important and recommended and encouraged. And the self measuring of blood sugar level needs to be taught to the patients or the person. Test the blood sugar level often and take the medication as prescribed. So taking a medication is most important. It may be a oral hypoglycemic or insulin or any other mode of treatment, any other medications prescribed by the doctors needs to be taken. The nurse needs to encourage, monitor, supervise, and should encourage and motivate to maintain the management of any medications or any therapy. And sleep is the most important part of the healthy lifestyle, which needs to be encouraged. So here some of the technology we are using every day. The diabetic educations like online, means the mobile-based communications, the screening, the informations, the diabetes education and behavior modification on a health coaching will be given with the help of apps through mobile phone, mobile technology, and food logging and dietary counseling and demonstration of procedures. Dietary preparations can be explained with the help of the app, and medication reminders and prescriptions and refill reminders all given through the online, and also telehealth appointments and the patient's portal can be used to take a prior appointment, to take a consultation, and diabetes forums and the social group support the people a lot more interacting and their experiences, their values, and their management of their own health conditions, all discussed in a forum, diabetic forums, and promote and remote monitoring and the communications with the diabetic care team. So the professionals will be involving with the diabetic management of various or group of people, and exercise and weight tracking and the engagement, blood glucose monitoring and the data-driven predictive molding and the artificial intelligence are used here. Technology is used to manage the care. And the role of a diabetic nurse, she or he performs titration of insulin dosage as per the physician's directives, regular meetings, and physician for the client's feedback, that she plays as a mediator, she plays as a vital role, she plays as a leader, she plays as a communicator. So she helping for titration of insulin, and the nurse acts as a trainer or training coordinator, training the client for the self-monitoring the blood glucose and the skill training for the insulin administration. And nurses focus on early identification and prevention of complications. She educating the client about the management of hypoglycemia. When the blood sugar level decreases because of the increased insulin or not taking a proper diet. So when the person is getting a hypoglycemia, she needs to help the patients and family to understand the signs and symptoms and what are the immediate management to reverse with the help of glucose. She needs to helps to treat immediately for the hypoglycemic conditions. And the diabetic nurse is promoting independence among the client for the diabetic management. That is modification of client's lifestyle and the diet. Like adequate sleep is most important. The exercises is important. Stress-free is important. And the other measures, example, yoga, which plays a vital role in maintaining the blood sugar level, and counseling and positive reinforcement for dealing with the challenges in the diabetic management. She involves the family and the community members to participate actively to spread the knowledge of diabetic prevention and management to other people, and the family members and community members are involved. The regular follow-up for the client and collaborations with the other care professionals. Nurse alone cannot manage. We have a pharmacist, we have a dietary department, the consultants are available, and the psychologists are available, the social workers are available, the physicians are available, and it's a complete team, that a multidisciplinary team which involves in a prevention and promotion and management of diabetes. Coming to the conclusion, diabetes mellitus is a non-communicable disease that can be prevented and managed by using a lifestyle modification, which involves eating a diet that rich in complex carbohydrate and roughages, and people with a family history and of diabetes mellitus can prevent it from the manifesting in them by modifying and adopting the healthy lifestyle modifications. As a health professionals, it is our duty to educate people and help them to adopt healthy lifestyles. So nurses are the key role players of prevention of diabetes by helping the patients and the family members to lifestyle modifications, especially exercise, yoga, meditations, and all those needs to be explained. Adequate knowledge needs to be given. Adequate training needs to be done. Supervision needs to be done. And she should act as a leader, or she should act as a connector or liaison officer between the other professionals. And she should take an initiation in preventing the diabetes. So with that, I just conclude, and I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to discuss about the prevention of diabetes by lifestyle modifications. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. I. Clement, for the interesting and insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll moving to the question and answer or discussion session. We already received many questions from the chat room, but for the first time, we will giving to the participant who raise hand through our Zoom meeting. Maybe first, Dr. Clement, would you like to end your presentation first to stop the sharing screen so we can share the question from the committee? Would you like to end your presentation to stop your share screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we have the first participant who have the first question. There is Mr. Ahmad Citro to giving the question. Mr. Ahmad Citro, time is yours.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you
you.
very much for the question. Thank you very much for the opportunity. From Dr. I. Clements, my question is simple, but before I want to introduce myself again, my name is Ahmad Citro de Molingo. I'm the first-year student of Environmental Health Sanitation Department, the Health Polytechnic of Gorontalo. My questions is, how can nurses identify patients at the high risk for diabetes early and intervene before the condition?
It's a very good question you have asked. The nurses are working in a various setup. As I told you in the initial, they are working in a community setup. Especially we have in India, we have a primary health center, sub-center, and we have a peripheral centers, and we have a regional centers. So we have, in a community level, we are working to identify the patients, especially like diabetic, pre-diabetic, means the people before they get into the higher value of hyperglycemia. So we understand, we do the basic test, especially the nurses are moving into the community areas. They do a common simple urine test. So they speak with the people. They communicate with the family members. So thereby they are understanding, they are asking about the health conditions at the peripheral level. And people, when they are realizing about they have a diabetes symptoms, they come to the hospitals. So that when we are doing a proper test or monitoring, so we understand and we monitor them for 1 or 2, 3 times, and we understand them they are having a diabetes. So the prevention can be happening at the community health center itself, like community itself. When the nurses or healthcare workers, when they are going for the supervision to identifying the family problems, so they understand the signs and symptoms are realized, and accordingly they will be diagnosed and treated.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Clement. Mr. Citro, it is clear the explanation from our speaker. Okay, next we'll move to another participant who present directly in our campus. Okay, please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name is Fauzia Ladawia Umar. I'm from the Gorontalo Ministry of Health Polytechnic, majoring in midwifery. My question is, what strategies maybe in India which can nurses use to motivate patients to adopt and maintain long-term healthy behaviors such as exercise and dietary changes?
There are Thank you very much, ma'am. It's a very good, interesting questions you have asked. So here, the diabetic population is day by day, it is increasing it. As WHO states, like we have a very huge population is going to be, means they are prone to get a diabetes. It is day by day, it is keep increasing it. There are various level of strategies which is commonly used by the WHO and also other health professionals, other health associations, and also in India we have a different strategies we are using it. Like there are a lot of studies conducted on yoga which influences on diabetic prevention. So which there are a lot of strategies of preventive measures like diet, exercises, and everything like diabetic educations, especially through the healthcare workers. They are giving a means home to home teaching on diabetes prevention and management and the caring of diabetes and self treatment. All these perspectives are given at the in the doorstep itself. So there are more strategies, and also we are not using a English medicine, and also we are using all Ayurvedic medicines. Also, Ayurvedic means the treatments modalities, and the Unani, Siddha, and all this the collaborative strategies of medications and the treatments are used to treat the diabetics. Hope the answer is
Yes. I think it's already very clear the explanation from the doctor. Next, we want to present some question from the chat room.
Yes.
Yes, let me share the screen, doctor. Okay, it is clear for you?
Yes, madam.
Yes.
How can the nurse? You please you read, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. The first question from Ms. Sri. How can nurse effectively utilize motivational interviewing technique to promote lifestyle change in individuals with pre-diabetes at high risk for type 2 diabetes?
Yes, ma'am. It's a very good question, like because it's a very important role of nurses to motivating the people. It may be in a community level or it may be in a hospital level when they are coming and taking a treatment. And motivation is a very important quality of a nurse, because every minute of opportunity, every minute of interaction and therapeutic communication, it is a vital role is motivating the people for the good lifestyle modifications, especially like exercises, stress reduction. We can say simply stress reduction, but how to do, what are the strategies and what are the methods we need to teach them, especially like every minute when the nurse is interacting with the person or the patient, and they need to take an opportunity to grab to motivating for lifestyle modifications or lifestyle positive lifestyle activities, especially diet, exercise, yoga, stress reduction, good sleep. And this all the opportunity when the nurses is, when they are interacting, they should motivate, they should help them to understand the benefits of each and every perspectives. For example, diet or sleep, or it may be a yoga or any strategy it may be. So the nurse should make an opportunity to or motivate the individual to practice healthy, positive lifestyles.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. I will moving to the next question from Ms. Fauzia. Is focusing on how nurses collaborate with multidisciplinary teams to create patient-centered diabetes prevention plans.
Yes, it's a very important question. Like when we say about the diabetes management is a collaborative or multidisciplinary approach. It's a team. The nurses may lead or nurse may be advocating the patient. But thing is, because it's a one point of contact, but the nurse makes the collaborative team approach for treating a diabetes or preventing the diabetes with the help of, especially with the endocrinologist and the physical therapist and the dietitian. So dietitians explains about the what type of diet counseling can be given, dietary demonstrations can be explained, like what are the means the very important thing is the component, the balanced diet is most important for the individual, which the balanced diet itself it prevents the diabetes. And with the patients with diabetes also, the diabetic diet is most important, especially the fiber, which plays the major role. Because instead of taking means the sugary drinks or any other food which contains high sugar or high carbohydrate can be reduced. And also the endocrinologist, which plays a very important role in prescribing the drugs and understanding and motivating and giving adequate knowledge about the disease conditions and their and management. And physical therapies, the exercises, aerobic and anaerobic exercises. The physical therapists can teach and can practice and will help them to repeat every day of their life, which will be reducing or minimizing or maintaining the normal blood sugar levels to create a professional and patient-centered diabetes, which is most important. It's a collaborative care is most important. We need to involve not only the dietitians and physical therapists, we need to involve the psychologist for giving a adequate counseling or techniques to manage the stress. And also there will be a social worker which can help them to manage the financial. The nurses provides the holistic or the complete perspectives of the individual's care needs to be met. That's a most important role of nurse in managing or preventing the diabetes. Yes, ma'am. Next question, ma'am.
Yes, the question is about how the nurse integrate culturally sensitive education to improve diabetes, mostly in dietary habit and beliefs. As information in Indonesia, we have many cultural habits, many cultural beliefs that maybe impact and place the patient at risk of diabetes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. It's a very, very, very important questions because the cultural values differs from one place to the other place, one country to the other place. So the cultural value is most important. As a nurse, the cultural differences or cultural diversity, which needs to be, the cultural values are very sensitive to the people. So the understanding of the cultural values, it may be in terms of dietary habits, or it may be in terms of management, or it may be in therapies, what they take for their prevention or management. The cultural sensitivity is the most important part of any human being. So the nurse, as a nurse, the cultural component is one of the most important component. We should not like ignore or we should not take it so lightly about the cultural practices of any group of people. The nurses needs to be very supportive for the cultural perspectives of the individual. So whenever she plans for the education or teaching related to diabetic education or any type of teaching and learning which should be culturally based, the cultural diversity needs to be taken into consideration. So their food practices, the food habits, accordingly the modifications and the changes needs to be made based on the cultural values of the group or the individual.
Much Dr. A. Clement for the nice sharing knowledge from this question and answer. Honestly, it still be many questions from the chat room, but the committee has informed me that we have time limitation for this fifth plenary session. Yes, and before we end the plenary session, I'll give some conclusion that nurse role is very important in prevent community of getting diabetes, and also it is important for patients for already have diabetes. Nurse should be giving some integrative approachment to prevent them from any further complication through many diabetic health education, monitoring risk factor, maybe providing research building trust, and also supporting self-care management of the patient, as Dr. Clement said. So thank you very much again.
Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am. Thank you so much for
Yes.
your moderating this session. It's a very interesting and very meaningful session what we had. And last one word, nurse gives the holistic care, the complete components of physical, physiological, psychological, social, and the spiritual and cultural care she provides for the prevention and management of diabetes. So thank
Yes,
you.
exactly. Holistic approach for the patient. Yes. Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Dr.
ma'am.
Clement. It's very honor for us for having you here today in this plenary session. So the certificate of appreciation will be given to you by the committee later after this activity today. Okay, thank you very much again for all of the presentation. Dr. Eklaman. Namaste, Dr.
Namaste, ma'am.
Eklaman.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Yes, yes, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's all for this plenary session. Maybe for the next agenda, I hand it back to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay. We would like to say thank you to Mr. Eichelman for your insightful presentation. And we also want to say thank you to Mrs. Fahriatul Fala as the moderator who has guided this session very well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded the final presentation of today's seminar. We hope you found the insight and discussion valuable and enriching.
We would like to express our deepest gratitude to the speakers, moderators, committee, and all participants who have participated actively and enthusiastically. Hopefully, the knowledge that has been delivered today can provide benefits and new insight for all of us. Before we close the event for day one, there are several things that we would like to convey. First, participants are expected to fill the attendance list for the first day on the link shared and complete the learning until they can download the certificate. We convey to the participant of the oral presentation and poster presentation. We will start at 8:30 in Central Indonesian time, and the schedule will be distributed by the committee tonight.
Okay, a special thank you goes to our sponsors for their valuable support. Bank BNI, Bank BSI, Grand K Hotel, Pagi Pesi Bone Bolango, Kuartir Cabang Gorontalo, Advia Pharma Apotek, Pombango, MRA and Ren Handmade, Ude Amana, and the Calon Dosen TV YouTube channel. Your contributions and collaboration are truly appreciated. Thank you for being a vital part of this meaningful occasion. Finally, as the Master of Ceremony, we apologize if there are any errors in the delivery while guiding this event.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and see you tomorrow.